Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning. Still got a way away before we get into the afternoon. As per bloody usual. First things first. Sort out the webcam. I really don't know why the settings just don't save. I really don't understand. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Coppery. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Gonna put this over here and start off with Southeastern High Speed, as you said, Dan. I'm glad you said it still stands because I wanted to do it anyway, to be honest. And I was probably going to start with it. Oh my god. SEHS. It's going to stay like that. Yeah, I'm going to try. Well, I'm not going to try. Unless, like, somebody requests otherwise. Like Simon's very specific service last week. They all should be in the day. They all should be at night. Sorry, they all should be during the day. I forgot how obnoxious and loud that music was. I finally went back onto the forums this weekend, and I was just reading what everyone was saying about various different things, and the topic of the menu music came up. People were talking about different music from different iterations of the game, and they were all complaining about TSW5 menu music. I'm like, I don't think it's that bad, but it's only because I forgot what it actually sounded like. Right, class 465, I believe it was done. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we were starting at like 8:38, I think. Yes. Of course, Alamak weather gets turned off. Right, so this is a completely vanilla game now, by the way. Aside from, you know, what I've had to do to get the routes to work. Completely vanilla. So even the INI changes are gone. The only thing I've got, sorry, no, it's not completely vanilla. I've got God mode, which is it's necessary. It's necessary. I don't think there's really two ways about it. God mode is very necessary in my opinion. The best class, absolutely. Absolutely. What a goated opinion. What an actual like goated opinion. Right. I can't believe the default seating position is this. This just sucks. This is more like it. Right, put master key in. Put it forwards, get the doors open, and then we will work our way into turning on what needs to be turned on up here. AWS on, DSD on, vigilance on, train heat. Ericsson Axon should be the default selected already. I don't think there's anything here that we need to mess with, so where's our lights? Or is that something that's turned on already? By default. No, tail lights on. Where are my lights? These are doors. Oh, they're here. Right, tail lights off. Headlights on day running. And I believe now we're good. Also, I'm going to turn regen braking on. I don't actually know what the actual setting is IRL. I don't think I've ever used a speed set function on this train. Never. Did it used to work? I feel like it did. There was a time when it wasn't working, and that's why I wasn't using it. Ugh. turn off these HUD elements. Star marker off. Scenario marker. Ugh. Okay, other than that, I think everything should be... stations on the HUD. Okay. I'll leave him for now. It was something I had turned off before, but I'll leave it. Hello, Rosgood. What do you mean driving inside a clothes wardrobe? What are you talking about? Are you implying that like this has like a small windscreen? Because I know a big complaint that people have about British trains is the size of the windscreen, but this is fairly big. I mean, it's not like one wide panel, but you can see plenty. Yeah, this ain't too bad. This ain't too bad. What's really bad is like the Class 380, the 385, 385 especially. Or is it 380? One of them is like, they're both bad, but one of them is especially bad. 377 does have its complaints. I don't think it's too bad. 700, Class 700 is beautiful. And you know what else is... Oh, talking of the devil. And you know what else is low-key really, like, cool? Or to be honest, all of, like, the BR Blue trains, but especially the BR... the Class 101. The British Rail 101. It's got a huge panel. I remember playing that game in VR, and it was just super spacious. Just felt like so spacious, so open. Also, I am streaming on TikTok, but for some reason, it's got the comments off, so I can't actually see like anything on TikTok. Everything has been acting weird today. Train Sim World was acting weird. Even what did I do? There's something that I did before uninstalling the game that should have fixed the Southeastern High. Oh yeah, I verified integrity of the game files, which on Steam usually will fix everything. That didn't work. I then reinstalled Southeastern High Speed. That didn't work. And then what started happening was I could load into scenarios after like 3 or 4 minutes, and then the performance would be a bit weird with all my routes. And then when I would go back to the main menu, the game would crash. Any route I loaded, first person would be inside, would be fine. I'd go to the outside camera, start moving around a little bit. It's moving at like 2 FPS and it's just stuttering, non-stop stuttering. And then you try and go back to the main menu and the game crashes. Also, my body has continued over the weekend to battle away this cold. And I'm pretty much okay. But my throat is sore. Not super sore, but it's there. So I'm going to try and talk, but yeah, we'll see. I just don't know what's going on with TikTok, man. Can I type on TikTok? If I just type in like hi on TikTok. Okay, so I can comment, but it doesn't show up in my chat. So I'm gonna just have to do the old school thing. I just have TikTok open the entire stream, which is annoying. Hello, Danny, Irish Danny boy. How you doing? How you doing, boss? Bad time for that to go off. Very bad time for that to go off. I've been having soothers, but I've got one left, and they haven't really been very effective at soothing. I feel like the purple one works the best, and I don't know whether that's because I've like grown up on it. and it's sort of like placebo thing. Is this with real life cities and stuff? Yes. A. What the hell's going on? Oh my god, my speed thing. That would be it. That would be the problem. It's very rainy here. Hasn't stopped since Saturday night. Really? You're not experiencing floods there, are you? Was it you that said that you live close to an area that tends to flood? There's no route that goes through Sofia, unfortunately. Sorry. Feel free to check the TSW wiki for all the routes that have been released, and then you have an idea of what's possible to play and what's not. Usually the brakes are quite good on here, aren't they? Now I don't want to tempt fate. Okay, we should be good. We should be good. Yeah, man, the issue with this route not working was so odd. So odd. Especially considering the facts. This is the thing. It was the fact that I played it a couple of weeks before. And it was working completely fine. Anyway, it feels good, like a fresh install. I can trust that the game's somewhat at default. The only thing I've moved over was my save profile. Pump House was updated, so hopefully fixed it. Hopefully, bro. Hopefully. Has the rain been like heavy, or has it been fairly light? I mean, to be honest, even if it is light, the fact that it's persistent could still be a problem. Honestly, Dan, bro, I said I was going to do so on Friday's stream, I believe it was. And the only reason I didn't was because I forgot. That's due to be... I'm due to be in the same position as you, mate. And I feel the sad face, bro, because it's such a shame. It's such a shame, man. It's such a shame. You can't deny that there's, you know, a genuine heart in it by the developers to have it be a simulator, you know. But the gameplay, and yes, I know I'm signing up to drive trains from A to B. I understand that. But the big thing for me is the scenery and there's repetition in the scenery, and you're already having to deal with repetition. I didn't realize my AP points were showing. We're already dealing with repetition in terms of like, because there's such a limitation of services and trains. Already we're kind of having to deal with that. Already we're having to deal with that. So I'm just quickly I'm trying to turn off the AP. I think it's something I'm gonna have to do on my keyboard manually. Unless should be in general, right? You would think. No. Accessibility. Show score. Hide. That's fine. Yeah. The game's in desperate need of another country. Maybe an extension into an area that will actually feel different. You know, every time they add an extension, every time ASR will put up some in progress images of what's to come, it just looks the same and the same and the same and the same and the same. And like I usually say, if that's how it is IRL, if it really does look that samey, because I don't know, then cool. But that's a shame. Like I said, maybe they should look for somewhere you know, that looks a little bit different. If they're just being a bit lazy, which I know they kind of are because they have auto-gen, then again, that's a shame. But now it's sort of more from the developers' side. But nonetheless, it just isn't fun. Just isn't fun. There's no Brazil routes. Are you sure you're looking at the right game? This is Train Sim World 5. We don't have any Brazilian routes in Train Sim World 5. This is the Southeastern High Speed route. Heavy spells good at cars or Saturday. Why would you... Wait, did the rain start on... Ah, that's pain. And like, to add insult to injury, it's not even just like a quick shower. It's just like you said, it's been persistent. Although I do want to ask, how hard did you go like in washing your cars? Did you go, you know, properly into detail, or was it just like a quick thing? Posted a short my dog in the pet channel. You know what? I think as much as dogs do have a particular level of intelligence that you don't really see in other creatures, I think it's just a pet thing, because what was it that my cat used to do? There was something that my cat used to do. I wish I could remember. I'll check it. I will check it out though. If I had my other phone, if the battery's still alive, 4%. Can I do 4%? Let's see. I'm surprised it's even still alive at all. Do I have Discord on? Oh, man, I do have Discord on this phone. Yes. Okay, sweet. I can actually be limited to the right speed now, because usually when you haven't got the speed set on, the train will just accelerate to 90. I think I've gotten into on this train. And let me wait till I get into the station so I can properly watch it. Oh, you got rain repellent. Yeah, quick wash. 4 hours for 2 cars. Very quick. See, your version of a quick wash, Dan, being as sort of knowledgeable and dedicated to the craft as you are, it's not the regular person's quick. See, because a quick car wash for 2 cars will take you about an hour tops, not 4. I really want to ride a Javelin. I think if I go to DTG HQ again, or if I just have an opportunity to travel this line, I think I'm going to try and book a high-speed train. I could have when I went last time, but money was a bit tight, and I believe it was a little bit extra for the Javelin. So I assume this is like her normal time to eat, right? Like she knows the time. I find her impatience funny. Like, she's trying to make it as easy for you as she possibly can. She's there, she's waiting. She's like, just give me the food. Just give me the damn food. I think it takes me 2 years to wash the car for 4 hours. No, but that's what that's the exact point I'm making. That's exactly what I'm saying, bro. Listen, my idea of a quick wash, yeah. Let's say quick one at home. I'm not even gonna take it. Like realistically, a quick wash me. I'll take it to some like. Usually, like Romanians have a lot of car washes around, so I'll take it to a Romanian car wash, and they'll take care of it. I won't even lie. They'll make it super clean. They'll detail the inside for you. You know, vacuum properly like clean it up. You know, you're looking at about 10 minutes tops for that. And that's interior and exterior, right? There'll be about 5 or 6 of them, and they're going in like they're working as a proper team. So I think they're more Romani than I believe is a term than actual Romanian. This is Train Sim Mod 5, Cal. I'd say that's a quick one. If I'm gonna do it myself, bro, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna get a bucket of water and some soap and a sponge. I'm gonna go around wiping the. Well, firstly I'll wet the car, then I'll soap it all up. Soap it all up, sponge, clean up the wheels, pour water over it, dry it, and that's it. That's my idea of a quick car wash if I'm gonna do it myself. Like she has a wash every day around 11:15. See, that's so crazy. Every day around 11:15, and even us humans have like. Thank you, Dan, for your like. Even us humans have kind of like an inkling of time, right? We can kind of estimate in certain situations time and get it pretty much spot on. But it's so crazy when animals do it. So crazy. And I don't know whether it's like you do something at that particular time that lets her know that she sort of has seen and has related it to lunchtime. Like my cat, for example, when I was living at my parents', he would see us do something that we would normally do at that time, and then almost like make the distinction, oh, they're doing this, so now it means it's my time to eat. But I think a lot of animals just have that like inherent, I don't know, literally like a built-in watch. I mean, Dan, they might not do half the job. I don't know if you guys have like a similar culture there in up in Ireland, but they do a hell of a job. I won't lie. Like they'll do a better job than the way I described myself doing a quick wash, which I think would be like just a regular person's, way of doing a quick wash. Like I've seen them in action multiple times, and the car will be like quite sparkly for a quick wash. Obviously, I'm not going to compare the work to a full detail, but for a quick wash, they do a hell of a job. Dan, like I said, bro, they'll do insides and outsides in about the same time it would take you to go through like an automatic car wash, for example. And I'd like to think there's less chance of like any damage being done to your car as well. Get a power washer. I mean, there are like, let's say if you live in a block, there ain't no power washing. And you can take your car and you can power wash your car manually at certain petrol stations here. Like they have certain petrol stations have cleaning stations with soap dispensers and power washer, and there's even like a vacuum there if you want to properly clean your car. That gives off like a nice scent as well in your car. So there are options. But I honestly think, from what I've seen, if I had a car, I'm taking it to a Romani car wash. Because what I've noticed with them is, honestly, most of the cars that you'll see go through there are actually pretty nice cars. And it's basically like someone who's got a nice car, but doesn't want to spend too much on a proper wash and doesn't have much time. Those are the conditions that I've seen people that I know use those particular car washes. They'll have a properly nice car and just can't be bothered to take it somewhere, you know, proper. And wait however long it's going to take. Yeah, but someone who's going to do a quick wash, Irish Dan, someone who's going to do a quick wash at home, they're not going to give two tosses about chemicals. Like when I would give when I had my ped, my little scooter back in the day, and I would give it a quick wash, bro. I'm bringing a bucket and a sponge, and I'm going at it like that. That was it. Try to get in, you know, into the little nooks and crannies. Then when it's all nice and soapy, I'll go empty up the soapy water, fill it up with just like normal water, put it over. Drive a microfiber, and you can get, and that's how I would have done it with a car as well. That's a quick wash. I'm not thinking about you know, chemicals. Now, if I'm thinking, cool, let's say it's a Saturday afternoon, haven't got any plans, ready to dedicate a few hours to, you know, properly making this baby sparkle, then yeah, I'll take myself to a Halfords or, you know, some sort of store that deals with that kind of thing. Pick out some nice detailing stuff, chemicals, etc. And you know, dedicate 2-3 hours to that. I mean, Dan, I guess there is that as well. There is that as well. If you're not too fussed about your car and it's literally, like you said, a machine that just takes you from A to B, it's very different than to somebody who actually loves their car, you know. In which case, I'm sure you'd be content taking it to like, I mean, you mentioned like an automatic. Sorry, you mentioned self-wash, but I'm sure you'd be content just taking it to like an automatic one. Spending the 3-4 minutes letting the, you know, all the spinny things do their work, and then drive away. I can't believe I haven't got a proper car. Sounded weird. I mean, I can't believe I've never owned like a car properly. Like I've owned cars before, but you know, not insured on them, not MOT'd, not taxed, nothing. Like I've never owned a car properly legally, which is insane because I've just turned 29. I'm 29 now. And I've loved cars my whole life. I've loved driving my whole life, and yet I've just never had my own car. That will change soon, though. Require taking down the antenna. What? I've never heard of that. I'm pretty sure we've taken my dad's old car through a couple of automatic car washes, and that had an antenna poking up. Because it's flexible, isn't it? So when you've got the spinny thing that goes over the top of the car, it just like bends the antenna down a little bit, and then when it passes, the antenna will just spring back up. 39. I'll be chasing you forever, Dan. I'll be chasing you forever. You know what, Dan? As someone who's reached the end of their 30s, what advice would you have for me? As someone who's about to turn 30 and go into their 30s, what advice would you have for me? Because my 20s definitely took me by surprise. Because I feel like I had a certain expectation of my 20s in my early 20s, and I was shocked, let's say. And I've come to learn that I had a mostly normal experience for someone in their 20s. So for me not to sort of get caught out like that again, or at least be somewhat prepared for what I may encounter, what advice would you have for me? They say to take it down and they won't wash it. That's crazy. Is it the antenna that, like, you turn the car on and then it goes zzz? Is it one of those ones that's just like hard? It's like one metal solid pole. Dan, it's likely that I might find myself in Ireland one day. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I might have to hit you. If I probably will. You know what? Let me speak in faith. I will have my own car by then. I'll probably give you a shout. I will seriously probably give you a shout. I don't know when it will be. I don't know how long from now, but I would like to traverse the country of Ireland at some point. Scotland as well. I feel like there's still a lot to experience that I haven't experienced that's close to home before I start going. You know, like I'd love to go to like Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is quite beautiful in terms of like scenery and stuff like that. Like it'd be a good getaway location. Pretty much anywhere almost around Eastern Europe. But let me properly explore the UK and then start looking at greater pastures. I have seen the evidence. I have. That's what I'm saying. I would go to you in full confidence, you know. I don't know how much you would charge for the full shebang, but whatever it is, I think it would be worth it. I needed to make a trip to the post office today, and I completely forgot. Hopefully I'll remember after the stream. I'm driving a Class 465 Starlight. You haven't done a lot of it, but I'm sure you've done enough to... you know what you're doing, basically. If you had the tools in hand, you know what's going on. What if, when I get TSW6, I just keep it completely vanilla? For the whole life cycle, I don't download a single mod, other than God modes, which I'm certain will come out for TSW6. Maybe one day they'll stop the clothes clipping. It happens every single time. Also, there's still no news on the Train Sim Classic refresh. I'm waiting on that because that's gonna have this entire line down to like Blackfriars. It's gonna have the proper Chatham mainline network, the full thing. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really, really, really looking forward to that. Dan, anything else you want to see, boss? No one else is requesting anything. Thank you for that wisdom. Thank you for that wisdom. I think the sort of the first half of what you've said is something that I've struggled with for. Hello, Ryan. Good timing. Cow and pass. Let's go. It's something that I struggled with for, I think, the majority of my 20s. Let me just see something real quick. Okay. Yeah. I think 41 minutes was like the shortest runs, isn't it? 40 minutes. Definitely gonna find anything shorter than 40 from what I remember last week. So this one. Afternoon, it's a bit too late. Do this one. To be fair, I could just make it August. And then it wouldn't really matter too much. You broke your elbow? When? And how? Oh, I don't want to think about that. That's like, surely that's like the equivalent of like smashing your knee in. Oh. Playing football. Why do all the worst injuries come from playing football, man? Why does it say DP remote disabled? Whereby I've turned PTC on. Yes, banking com is on. I don't think I really need to mess with anything here. I've turned on the safety systems. That was all I needed to do. What I should have been doing while waiting here is getting the brakes released. How much rate we looking at for this bad boy? 5,555 tons. What numbers are we looking at on the screen? I think 75. We should start moving from when the pressure gets to 75. Ryan, as long as no one else has any requests that hasn't requested yet, I'll be more than happy to honor that. 3 months. That was like my friend. I had a friend who played football again, of course. I told you, it's always football. Playing football, and he broke his ribs. And for like a good, it wasn't 3 months. It was like 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. He was just getting by, but he was in pain, and then it bothered him enough to the point where he went to take a look at it and found out that it was broken. Hello, Simon. Need to take a break at 10. A break from the stream. If so, this is a 40-minute run, and we've just begun. So I'm expecting to get to your requests at like 10:30ish, maybe a little bit after 10:30. I think I'll move my webcam back to the right. The only reason it was on the left was I think when I was playing LMU. $10:30 is fine. Solid. Thank you for your request. Hope you've had a good weekend. Also had my left hand broken at football. I was in goals for the shot. Shout out to you, man. That was one thing I was always annoyed at myself about. I was never brave enough to properly be a goalkeeper when I played in goal. Not like it was ever a a goal of mine to be a goalkeeper. But still, I think it would have been like I still liked, because that was when I was watching a lot of football. I still enjoyed watching football and seeing, the goalkeepers play such an important part and like being the heroes. But it was just never for me, man. Although funnily enough, arguably my most serious injury also came in football. When I split my head split just above my just to like the right side of my eyebrow. It was like a massive, it was just open basically. And it was funny because it was somebody ran into me and we clashed heads, and I was just holding my head and I knew it was bad. It just felt like, oh, this was a special, I've never hit my head this hard, this is kind of bad. So I'm just sort of like standing still holding it. And then we were doing we were playing like inside a hall, so it wasn't as big as like a field. So we were doing like teams, so we were doing like a little tournament basically. And I remember I was by the benches where everyone was sitting down, and then I'm just like holding my head like this, and everyone's like, oh, stop being a pussy, man, oh, come on, man, da 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 da. I move my hand, and the whole bench is like, ugh. Some are like, whoa. Some are like, oh, snap. But more vulgar. Some are just completely disgusted. And then this one I knew, oh, this is probably really bad. How bad could it be that everyone's like reacting this way? Because it wasn't like there wasn't blood coming down. It was just flesh. And then I went to take a look at it in the bathroom, and I saw it, and I was like, ah, right. I don't know what it is about egos here, man. Because like my friend that had his rib broken, he was telling me that it was basically like a big match that took place like publicly, like it was in a like a planned thing. It took place like in a pitch in a park, and basically, you know, group of friends there, group of friends here, group of friends there, all came together, said, yo, let's do a match. And I don't know why, but the way he was describing it, so many people were just out for blood, just just barging as hard as they possibly could, just kicking out when they could. And it's like cool, women, there is a certain ego, right, that comes out in things like sports, yes, but you control it. And I feel like that comes out, at least in like London culture, it comes out in so many different areas, different places. Certain things in school, although that's to be expected, I guess, due to like the age range and puberty. But then there was also like a lot of cultural influences. There was more cultural influences that dictated our personalities and our characters in school than there were reasons within us, if that makes sense. Which one, Ryan? Kern Aachen? Can't really play TSW 5 up 2 base. You know what, Ryan? Don't worry, I got you, bro. I got you. I said I'm going to be streaming TSW 6 from day one of early access, as long as I'm able to. Buying the game shouldn't be a problem. It won't be a problem. I might even not need to buy it. So if there are any issues with like my PC or my streaming PC or I just can't stream for some reason, then yeah, there won't be much I can do, unfortunately. But hopefully all should be good. And I don't know what edition I'm going to get. If I'm going to go and buy it myself, I would get the special edition. So just it comes with all the new stuff basically, plus some older content. But because I might be given a key, I don't know for which edition. I've requested either deluxe or special, but nothing's been confirmed yet. So I think what I'm thinking, if I get a deluxe or special edition key, then cool, I'm fine. I'll be content with a deluxe. I still get early access. If I just get given a normal key, then I'll buy the special edition myself and then do a giveaway for the normal key, I think. Nostalgic in the sense that you just haven't like played these maps in a while. Ryan, or nostalgic in the sense that TSW as a game was, this was like the good old days. I think from here, you know, from the release of TSW 3, I think things started to go downhill. Mostly. Mostly. I do not want to see blurry textures on PC, bro. I do not want to see blurry textures on PC. What are you talking about? Never. Never. I had to let that be appreciated. No shot. I missed the alert. I was periodically pressing the alert button as well. I must have just missed it. That's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. Gonna have to come to a stop. And then get moving again. It's like a put tissues out of class. Okay. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, this is one of the few routes in the game for me that properly gives you a sense of achievement. Especially when you're controlling it going downhill. Like, realistically, we're going uphill. This is easy. Because all you're really doing is just managing the throttle. But going downhill and managing the braking and your speeds, yeah, it's a hell of a challenge. Hello, early trucker. No worries, boss. How you doing? I'm gonna put myself up here because the more gets added to that list, the bigger the box is gonna be. "30-minute meeting." Hopefully it's not one of those meetings that could have just been an email. You know what's really crazy? I've never really done it. I've never worked like a job that's required a meeting, like a proper. Like the way I envision meeting is a somewhat biggish table, office chairs around it, big screen behind whoever's like leading the meeting, and then like 6 or 7 people having a chat. Weekly team meeting. That's so professional. That's so professional. Heavy cargo truck sim. Is that the Aerosoft one? Holy Trucker. I don't remember if it's Aerosoft or not, but just surely just from like the trailer, you can tell what kind of game it is. Well, if you're able to be exempt from the meetings, then it makes me think they're not necessary. They're not super necessary, you know. I mean, I know you like you hold like quite a position of favor anyway, but nonetheless, if meeting needed to happen, I think it would be important that, you know, everyone's there. Any truck game that comes out in this day and age that, you know, aims to be realistic. I mean, we'll see what Saber Interactive have in store for us with their one that was revealed recently, but you're entering like a genre or a niche where there is such a dominant force in so many different ways. Like, your game has to really be special. Like, all of the truck games that have, oh well, you know what, it probably all of the truck games that have come out since ETS2 have just been trash. And not even in comparison. I haven't played Space Truckers, but I mean, I'm talking like, you know, games that aim to actually be realistic. And it's not just that they're trash compared to ETS2. A lot of them are just trash in their own way. In their own right. So I don't really see the point as a business paying developers, paying for marketing, spending the time, spending, you know, everything that goes into researching for something that has a really, really, really low chance of prospering. Well, Dan, it sounds like you need to be there. If you're the person that executes what they require, then it sounds like you need to be there so that you can, like, have a full spectrum of understanding of what they require. Unless I've misunderstood. Your favorite has to be American Truck Sim. I do like that game, but it just doesn't captivate me to play it very much. Like, when I play it, I enjoy it, and I love the details of the states and, you know, how they all feel different. I like the variety of the trucks. I mean, Project Road Trip will definitely reel me back in a big, big, big way. There's no denying that. But as it stands, like, even when I've modded, like, my ATS is completely vanilla at the moment. There's no mods. But even when I did have mods on it, it didn't entice me, man. Didn't entice me that much. Like I said, I can go on, have a proper session, but then that'll be it. So to be fair, today I don't play ETS2 like I used to, and you know that's very heavily modded. If you've seen any of the recent streams, you'll know. But I still feel more of a pull towards that than ATS. To be fair, Holy Trucker, it's a beautiful bit of land. In reality, the scenery is beautiful there, and SCS tends to replicate that fairly well. You look at Greece. Greece is gorgeous, man. And it feels, you know, very true to life. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've missed the last few... I say the last few. I haven't been on the blog for like a week now. Maybe a week and a half. So I've missed quite a lot of the recent articles. So I need to catch up. If you're referring to TSW, Ryan, yeah, the bugs are features. Like, legit. Because they're built into the game now. Doesn't seem like they're going anywhere. We've had them with us, you know, along for the ride. A lot of them for, you know, many years. So they're just part of us now, you know, they're just part of the game. Now it almost seems like it's been done intentionally. And, you know, it's a little bit strange that they've decided to do that, but it is what it is. You know, every game has a weird thing that you don't really understand why the developer put that thing in there, but you just kind of learn to live with it. That's kind of how I see the bugs now in TSW. No, I don't see them as bugs anymore. I just see them as interesting developer decisions that I may not understand, but I'm happy to live with them. I mean, Dan, that's what makes you a key asset without even going into detail about what you do. Because what every manager should really look for in someone that they are over is efficiency. I mean, I think it was Bill Gates who said that he looks for lazy people to work for him because they will find the quickest way or the most efficient way to do something. Yeah, I think Irish Dan, meetings aren't for everyone, you know, in the sense that some people can have good intentions and they'll start on the right path, but like I have a tendency to, they can just talk and talk and talk and talk, and they start deviating away from the main point. And when you don't have somebody to kind of give them a bit of a nudge, however that might, in whatever form that might come in, you end up in situations like that. West Balkans DLC is good, yeah. Yeah. I think anything post... So where did SCS really like turn it around? I think the Vive la France DLC, yeah. I know that was. I think that was that the second map DLC after going east. That DLC, I remember it brought in the like little villages you could drive through, and I thought that was really cool. I thought that was really, really cool. But I don't know whether that was the second or third. Iberia, it didn't really stick out to me that much. Maybe I just haven't spent time on it. I think that's what it is. Like, I've driven there a handful of times, but a lot of the sceneries dare I say, quite samey. Not on like a Simro level, but there's also not enough. I don't know. It's like no matter where you are in Spain, it all roughly looks quite similar. Heroes of the Black Sea is good. That came after their turnaround. There was a DLC for the Nordic area, right? Roblox drama concerning the child predators and stuff on there, and Roblox deciding they're not going to do anything about it. I last heard of it last week. The last I heard of it was last Friday. I don't know what's happened since last Friday. Thank you, Rover, for liking the live. I'm not sure what's happened since then, but I think it was the right decision to take it legally, because Roblox absolutely have due diligence to they have a responsibility to do their due diligence and ensure the safety of all their users, and they know the sort of age range of kids that play their games. And also, talking about the age range, the fact that you have to be, you only have to be like 9 or something to have like voice chat is ludicrous. Yeah, you know what? I never thought about that, Holy Trucker, you know. I never thought about that. I never thought about that, but you're right. You're right. If they were to ever release it, which I'm starting to doubt at this point, I think it would be... It would need some sort of like pre-release remaster, if that makes sense. Riley, there are plenty of UK ones, my man. We did the Southeastern High Speed one first, so give me another one. That's what I'm saying, Ryan. They don't do their due diligence. Min and Mainline, solid shout. Solid shout. That's one of the routes that I have severely underplayed. I'm gonna add that to the list. Disclaimer, as I usually say when I'm doing these streams. If there is a request after yours and you aren't here by the time it gets to yours, I will skip it and move to the next one if the person for the next one is around. I won't remove it from the list though. So if you do end up making a return, if you went here but you end up returning later on, then I can play it then. Couldn't even hear the bell from inside. Whoa. You know how like these are moving, and these as well. That was one of the things that really impressed me and reeled me in to play this game. And then during TSW4, for some reason, they stopped doing. They stopped adding physics to the pipes. But then I think they brought it back. But then they started doing their thing when they'll remove something, add it, remove it, add it, with no sort of pattern. So there's some routes, so some trains would have pipes with physics on them, and then others just wouldn't. I do want to play a bit more Roblox though, Ryan, regardless of what's going on. I tend not to, honestly, unless like it's something that just disrespects or acts completely against my faith. I don't think I really have a problem with much. Like Epic Games, for example. I saw some people on the forums talking about Epic Games with the whole situation about some DLCs missing for TSW6 on Epic. And there was someone who said that he doesn't feel any remorse for anyone who's on Epic who has to deal with that because of Epic's practices or whatever. And I'm not too keyed in on exactly what Epic are guilty of. I know they've been involved in some legal stuff with like Apple, for example, about Fortnite. But I don't know of any evil they've done. But even if they've been involved in some sort of like litigation or whatever, if I've got a game that I'm playing on Epic, I'm not going to stop playing on Epic because like the company's involved in something like that. I guess some people just really take that stuff seriously in it, but I'm easy. Holy Trucker, I have driven buses on Roblox Croydon with my Logitech G29. Take some setting up. You gotta basically download a program. This is how I done it. I don't know if there's a different way around it, but for me to do it, to make it work, I had to download was it X360, I think? I could be wrong. But basically a piece of software that makes it so that the computer reads your wheel as an Xbox controller, because they have Roblox has Xbox controller support. So you make the computer read your wheel as an Xbox controller. You set like your pedals to be the triggers, for example, analog sticks to be the rotation. You sort out all the keybinds, and you're pretty much good to go. It was a very weird experience. I'll tell you that much. It was a very weird experience, and I don't think I'll be doing it again. Especially because it's not like you can set the steering like OMSI, for example, where you can set it so that it's turning like a real bus. It still reads your wheel like a controller, so you've only got 90 degrees of movement either way, and that with a wheel just felt really odd. And it might work for some, and maybe I could have gotten used to it as time went on, but I did it once or twice, and yeah, that was it. I've heard good things about Motor Town. I didn't I don't remember who it was that told me about it a couple of weeks ago, but yeah, like I said then, I really didn't know it's that type of game. I would see it so often show up on my Steam store page, but it just didn't seem like my type of game. It never really interested me. I think it could be worth picking up on a sale. Got a couple coming up soon. Got the autumn sale. Got the winter sale afterwards, a couple months later. So yeah, it could be worth a look. McGregor is trying to be president. That's insane. I wonder how good of a job he would have done. Would he though? Why? Yeah, he's a bit of a prick in terms of personality, but you'll never. I don't know. You never know, man. You never know. Because the truth is, a lot of people in power who seem like they're right for it do a terrible job. So who's not? I mean, who's not to say that somebody who doesn't seem fit for the job won't do a good job? Well, I'm sure that there's a bit more of a process than you just going up and saying yeah, right? Like surely there's a voting system in place, for example. At the very least, at the very least. I remember there was like a weird issue in this route when it first came out. So many people had like really. Oh no, that was Sherman Hill. That was Sherman Hill. So many people had really bad performance, and no one really understood why. And then they finally cracked it, and whoever had laid down the scenery had basically placed like all the distant foliage you see here on that route. They were all like 4K and super high resolution for no reason. Free cam. What specifically is the pass, Ryan? Is there like a specific bit that's the pass, or is it just a general scenery that you want to see? I need to remember to keep pressing the alert button so that we don't get a break application. Oh, I've done some shunting into here. I'm pretty sure there's some shunting here. Or maybe I'm thinking about the facility on Sherman Hill. I don't think they used LiDAR here, did they? Maybe they did. I don't remember. It's annoying that sometimes you'll hear the alert from outside of the train and sometimes you won't. That's incredible, Simon. That is incredible. We're 2.7 miles. I think if I hadn't, we had an emergency brake application due to me missing an alerter. Because, you know, on TSW5, sometimes it will sound when you're using the external camera and sometimes it won't. I think if not for that, we'd probably be slowing down by now, ready to come to a stop. I don't know, long tons. What do you mean long tons and short tons? What do we use in the UK? The minute I saw feet there, I was like, nah. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I do find it annoying that the speed limit doesn't show up on the HUD. It caught me out last time as well. Sounds like a plane. I don't know if I use the dynamic brakes correctly. I don't know if you can just like slap them on and then straight up to max. Because the bar was moving. I just don't know whether it was actually at its full potential or not. Gonna go a little bit over. Gonna go a lot over. We'll stop eventually. I've seen a flick service, I think, once since Frankfurt Folder. And that was during the Expert 101 timetable on Köln-Aachen. Was it? No, not Köln-Aachen, sorry. Castle Wurzburg. I'll just mark the Cajon Pass one as played. Thank you very much, Dan, for the Southeastern High Speed request. Thank you, Ryan, for the Cajon Pass request. Nice. I wonder if this information will ever change. Favorite train, apparently, the tube stock. Favorite route, the Bakerloo line. I wonder if that will ever change. That has been like that since TSW2. Right, let's go. FLX 1230. They only run a few times per day. Yeah, they do seem pretty rare. But I feel like we've seen them quite a bit on Frankfurt Forward. Although, yes, that is a completely different route. Yeah, bro, the green on them is so nice. The green on them is about as nice as the blue is on the overground. If you've ever paid attention to the blue in that livery. Ah, right, Vectron. Vectron has a very unique system, doesn't it? Right. Let me try and work this out. Everything here seems to be on. Uh-huh. Let me come here. This looks correct. That looks correct. This is the light on, right? Inside the coaches. Do you want me to change it? We can still change it. It's up to you. Equally good. We can keep it then. There's one more thing that I need to sort out. I don't remember what it is. There was one more thing. I know there's one more thing on this screen. We're on the passenger coach, so there's that was it. That was it. I need to see this. That was it. For AFB. Okay, I think we're good to... Oh yeah, I need to confirm it now. How did I do that on the keyboard? I don't remember. Shift R? Control R?
RFB, 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 RFB.
I don't remember how to. I don't remember how to confirm it on the keyboard. There's a keybind to confirm it.
RFB, 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 RFB.
God damn it! I don't bloody remember how to set the. How to confirm it. 100%, 100%. There's a way to do it. Is it here? Confirm? No. Oh, cruise control. Control F. That's the one. Okay. Control F. Cool. We are good to go. My lights. I didn't set them correctly. But that looks like... Those look like headlights to me. Oh, it's the whole lighting thing, isn't it? Screens don't work on the PS5. Jesus. I need to turn off the helper. It's because it's a TOD4 train on a TOD3 route. So you can see the headlights on the ground look fine. Well, maybe over bright, but on the train they look weird. I think I might need to restart the game for it to take effect. Yeah, 642's got the same issue. And then a TOD3 train, you can see the headlights look fine, and the thing looks fine on the ground. Strange little issue. That's automatic. Yeah, it just because this is TOD4 train on a TOD3 route, the lighting's all mismatched, so it looks weird. And that was what threw me off. Is this going to be my first proper run on this route since the revamp? Because we did the shunting last time, again courtesy of you, Simon. But I don't recall having gone from like A to B. Oh no, we did. We did one A to B, I think with an ICE. I don't remember who it was that suggested that one. It's going to drive me crazy having to constantly remember to confirm. No. I want it to be a little cinematic. There we go. How cool is that? Of course, LZB. Of course. Didn't even consider it. Look at his two S-bonds. This is lovely, man. That is great, man. You start catching up to us. That is great. Imagine if every route was like this, man. And it does really help that we've got a splash of green amongst the reds. I think there's only so much enjoyment you can have from many reds. Like, cool, there's like 6 trains at once, but they're all red. And especially if you know IRL, that there's usually a lot more splash of color. It does what should be a great experience. It's got some yellow here and some blue. Look at this. In Germany, look at this. Green, yellow, and blue. Wow. That is probably the most color difference in a German route on TSW at one point in one moment in history. To be fair, the mods help. Like when you've got like the Expert 101, or just the 101 in general, has like a lot of livery mods. Thank you, JC Media, for liking the live. Good to see you again. How you doing? That's what HR could be. What would... Is there anything that could cause HR to have a revamp? Now, would it make sense for what happened here to be done there? Or is there just no like good enough reason for that to be the case? That's good to hear, bro. I'm good, thank you, my man. I'm all good, all good. Right, we are moving. I know we are going at 200, but like, damn. I love the fact that I'm on like a decently high refresh rate as well. Like it actually gives you more of a sense of speed than even 60 would. 60 will still does a good job, especially if you're used to 30 a lot. I don't know if I'll be able to get ahead of the train. It's going to take a while. And it's fast cam as well. I just want a cool flyby. It's going to be real hard. Love it. Karaoke Gamer Michael, thank you for liking the live. Yeah, I know you're looking forward to the. Am I making this up or do I remember correctly? Product Farben, was it? Or product something? Product Fahren livery that's gonna come for the 420. Have I said it right? The orange one, the white and orange one. Ah, yes. They won't extend it though, will they? They won't extend it, man. Unless like they want to add Dortmund and then see an opportunity. Because Navika Dresden alone was a popular map. Like you can understand Dovetail's confidence in extending it. Southeastern High Speed, the same thing. Something like HRR though is so low under the radar. I mean, look, I could be completely wrong, right? God only knows how many players are still playing it and what data Dovetail have, but at least from our perspective, I don't see Dovetail having a motivation. You get a sense of speed more in a local than an EMU. You think so? Why would that be? Talking from like a first person perspective. See, I remember stuff sometimes. Like I said, my memory is just selective, I guess. It's because I read your comment on it. I think on Friday night, either Friday night or Saturday night. On the forum, I don't know. It just stayed with me. I would have thought this is for LZB. Now, I know Dovetail done all sorts of articles about the different types of Vectrons and all the different interiors, So I'm pretty sure they touched on that, but I don't remember what that was for. Is it used as LZB on another Vectron? But they just kept that little thing in. What are we thinking about the 420? Is it really gonna come in the next 3 months? Is the Stuttgart? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure again this was touched on recently, but I just don't remember. Is the Stuttgart route? Would that be an opportunity for the 420 at all? It's high. What's high? Are you high? The 420, right? Very close to ASR levels of jokes there, Dan. You're on the edge. Watch yourself. Arguably the less popular ones. You know what? To be fair, yeah. If they've got potential, if they've got the potential, then yeah, you're right. To be honest, Köln Aachen, like, what, realistically, post TSW2, to be fair to Dovetail, Köln Aachen wasn't really him. It wasn't really that route. And I guess they tried to revive it with the first New Journeys pack. That didn't last long, though. Because they're putting all that weight behind you. I don't know. That I haven't traveled high speed much recently in the game. Like I did a lot of like what I can remember from near memory is the Expert 101. That had a similar sense of speed. That was a loco. I don't remember when I drove a high-speed EMU last. Are we slightly diverting? Are we expecting the talent to have high-speed running in the Dresden to Leipzig route for 20 appear at Stuttgart Bus services? They won't appear here. Why is it? Is a timetable at a point where it's just bursting at the seams? I like this service. I don't know. I'm getting like a feeling of responsibility. I feel cool. I feel cool. Also, in reality, where would this service be going? It just goes between Dresden and to Dresden and Aachen. How much further is Dresden after Köln? Yeah, you got a silver rail pool. You got the black MRCE. You know what? We actually like we keep suffering from like the. It's release, right? I'm just meant to release. We keep suffering from the illusion that all we have is like DB red, DB red, DB red. Which, to be fair, we do see a lot. But we actually have quite a bit for colour in Germany. Oh, the talent can only do 160. I mean, to be fair, this feels relatively fast. It won't appear here because it'll be a long time for the revisit this timetable. I don't think it would hurt to just like add a service as an update though. Just add a layer on. But I guess they would have. Who is it that rebuilt the timetable? I forgot. But I guess they would have had to leave a gap for it specifically, like what Dovetail did with the Southeastern high-speed routes and the Class 700. Oh my god, Dresden is 8 hours. Okay, Jesus Christ. You won't be able to play the first part of it. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. I've thought about that, you know. I've thought about making like YouTube videos where routes are linked. So once if I'm not mistaken, once the Crewe to Preston route comes out, we'll be able to drive from London to Carlisle, if I'm not mistaken, technically, through different eras. And I guess then you could do this run from like Dresden. So would it cut through Leipzig and just keep going, or what? Or would you have to go from Leipzig to Dresden and then like time lapse, black screen, fade in, fade out, and then you finish it off here. Jason's far east edge of the enemy. Aachen at the far west. Aachen is on the border, right? Or have I got that? Have I got that wrong? When do they ever do what? Sorry, I forgot what I said. Oh, about the gaps. If it's about the gaps, then rarely. But they've done it before, so it means they can, and it would make life easier for everyone. It would make the experience for us better, because obviously we then get to play with more layers. Makes the job for them to add layers in easier because everything is done already. Just needs a train to fill in the gap. It would actually be pretty cool. You know what? I'm intrigued to see how Frankfurt would run. With no mods at all and OBS on a separate PC. It should be like a decent experience. Probably like mid to high 30s minimum. I thought I finished my coffee, I didn't. I'm actually really happy about that. I was really sure I finished it. That's why I was even chewing gum. And so with how come HRR or RRO? So, but how come it's two different? How come it's two different places? Are there different services? I'll take different paths. If ultimately they all like go into one endpoint, I would have assumed they would take the same. They would take one path. They're both routes from Dortmund to Köln, right? Leipzig and Dresden, Leipzig all run in Frankfurt, and most of Frankfurt S-Bahn to Wiesbaden. As in, they share the services, like it would be the same service. Long distance trains take either route. Oh, okay, yes, I was wrong then. Fair enough. I wonder how long it will be before we can do like a proper hours long end-to-end route in Germany with different DLCs, like what we're about to have with the UK from London to Carlisle. If I remember correctly. Well, we're not about. We're missing one section. We're missing Milton Keynes to Birmingham. I think that's the only section we're missing. I think it's Milton Keynes to Birmingham. I know we're missing. I know we're definitely, obviously missing that. I don't know if that's the only bit that we're missing. Makes sense. It makes sense. You have to baby me through this, because in terms of the geography, I'm clueless, mate. Most of what I learned is from you guys. It's a windy day today, hence why my door keeps slamming. They leave Dortmund in parallel, rather. That's quite cool. Present of vice president is the ICT service. I believe someone in the forum created a map, they basically got a map and they've marked out all the lines. That would help visualize it for me. Because I want to know all of them. I want to know if, like, Ludwigsbahn fits into any of that, for example. Just to see, like, what's possible. It would be nice to have an estimated arrival time like we do in TSC. Aachen is 2 borders. One being Germany. And the other being what? Would I be an idiot saying Belgium? I know the Germany one from... Well, I'm confident about that one because of OMSI. On OMSI, there's a bus route that goes from Germany into Aachen. Oh, dovetail phone call. Hello. Hey, how you doing? Good to hear from you. Another play lab session. Let's go. You said Aachen is in Germany. Is it not in the Netherlands? I know it's like it's in the border. There's a point where nearby where you can stand in all three countries at once. Ah, I've seen reels of that. I've seen a reel of that. Okay. Interesting. I did realize after I said that, well, if it was in the Netherlands, then the Zwolle Groningen wouldn't have been the first Dutch, like, appearance, basically. Ooh. Honestly, I've turned the helper off. I just think I need to, once I start a new service, it will sort of click. But I needed it then. Clearly, as I've been asleep and haven't gone down to 85. Yeah. I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. Acknowledge it, slow down to about 90. Not even 90. What was I cruising at? 95. Am I be able to just get moving, or is there going to be some sort of magical process? There we go. It's 11:15 already. No way, we've been going on for over 2 hours. I feel like time's flown. Man, so close to a perfect run. I love the little weathering over it. The 110 just has it just has presence. I can't explain it. Everywhere I see the 110, it just stands out. And it's not because it's like older stock. It just looks, I don't know. It just looks like it's got aura. There's actually more to this than I expected. Well, not too much more, but more nonetheless. Simon, thank you very much for the request. Very enjoyable run. I think from here on with this timetable, this route will always be a pleasure to run. Dare I say,
Zugbeeinflussung.
as long as
Zugbeeinflussung.
it's during the day, because the TSW2 lighting in the nighttime was interesting. Interesting. I think is a fair way to put it. It is a good service. It is a good service. Do all of them then end with this uncoupling? Yeah, do all of them end with this uncoupling? Oh, G6 makes an appearance. Look how busy it is over there, man. Love it. Absolutely love it. Can you remind me of who it was that worked on this timetable so I can give them their props? I can't believe I've forgotten. Was it Liam? It wasn't Liam, was it? That line headed off to the left, carries on to Belgium, trains to the Netherlands, the other part of Germany. Head to right. Oops. Birmingham Cross City. Was that Holy Trucker? Holy Trucker. Was that you that requested the Birmingham Cross City line? It was, because I remember it was very specific. Are you still around, my man? I believe it was someone on TikTok who... Riley, yes. You still around, Riley? Midland Main Line? The return journey. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because maybe the in-cities end. Oh, I can't do. Joe. It was Joe. It was Joe. Okay, I don't think neither of them are on, but I'll go one through with them anyway. Seeing as there's nothing afterwards. Birmingham Cross City. It is with the 170 at 6:30 a.m. I don't remember him mentioning anything about the conditions. What service was he referring to? There is no 6:30 a.m. service with the 170. earliest is a 6:41. Sorry, the closest is either 6:41 or 6:19. I'll do a 6:19. Make it August so that we've got the sun out. Even though it's quite early on. I'm actually looking forward to the Midland Main Line request. They don't do many of these in the journey modes. Many of these West Midland services. The vast majority were cross country. What's the point of time here? If I was to do this like right into the smoke, my game would just like instantly running at like 2 FPS. I think if you do it on a console, it might crash. It might crash like a PS5, or at the very least, just make it like stutter a lot. I like this pipe. Like, it's quite low res, but still manages to look pretty decent. There's ever an ICE to London, they'll go on this route. Oh, what? And take the... Would they go towards the Netherlands? I guess they'll go towards... I know. They're going down to Belgium and France, isn't it? They'll take the Belgium route, left to Belgium. Through France and through the Eurotunnel. I really don't like that weird ballast thing in the forefoot. Is it a 4 foot or is it a 2 foot? You got 4 foot, 6 foot, and 10 foot, right? I think 4 foot's the right term. I should know that, to be honest. Pretty sure it's the 4 foot. 4 foot is between the rails. 6 foot is between two sets of rails. And then 10 foot between the rail and the crest. Jesus Christ. The IC is currently on to Brussels, so it'll carry on from there. Yeah, I know about the St. Pancras appearance. That was cool. That was actually really cool. The fact that even happened. How cool would it be to have at least? You know what? If Dovetail introduced like a knockoff, like an unbranded Euro style livery for the ICE at St. Pancras, I think I'd much prefer that than the ICEs in their default livery. And I'm usually someone who's very anal about realism. I think this is how you keep. This is how you keep TSW fresh. Like if you really wanted to play it for hours, I think you'd have to switch up. Switch up the routes, services, which, if you're anything like me, with my journey mode OCD, it's very difficult to do. I'll be honest though, it is refreshing coming back to these streams. Today's been relatively quiet, although we've had a number of requests. But just yeah, that was weird. Just to freshen things up. Just like a little ladybird. Freshen things up. Drive on routes that otherwise would just never drive on. Drive trains that otherwise I would never drive. It's nice. It's nice. Would a TGV make more sense? Do the trains not look more similar to... Let me see what the Eurostar... Let me refresh my Eurostar memory. Do they look more akin to an ICE or do they look more akin to the TGV? It's a TGV family of train, isn't it? You might be right. Okay, yeah, that's just a TGV. That's just straight up a TGV. Okay, yeah, no, yeah. So okay, so what are the ICEs there for? What does that represent? Why didn't they use CGVs? Because we had them in the game by that point, no? Usually alternate between UK and Germany. Yeah, for more quality, I guess you would be doing that. Well, I think the Long Island Railroad route is pretty good quality. And you know what? I'm gonna give the new one a chance, the Morristown route. I'm gonna give it a chance. To be fair, I gave San Bernardino a chance when TSW5 first came out. Now, it's still going to be the last of the three that I'm going to play. I'm going to run through the Riviera first and go from... what's it? Exeter to Paignton. Is that the route that we have? Or are those the endpoints? I don't remember. Either way, it's going to be the UK route I'm going to play through first. Do the journey mode for it. And then do Dresden-Leipzig. And then do US. What would be cool is because I'm now streaming on a different PC, I'll be able to like record. Because I used to want to record a scenario. Record a scenario while I'm streaming. But with OBS running, it was just all a bit... It was all, I couldn't get the performance that I wanted the game to perform at. The newer Eurostars are like ICEs, the old ones are like TGVs. Ah, okay. I just saw the old ones. So I just typed in Eurostar, and it was just all the pictures were of the old one. But I'm seeing the new one now, the E320, or so it's titled under one of the pictures. Is it the Neo that it looks like? Is it the ICE Neo? Or the 4? There was a mod for that though, wasn't there? there was a mod that added the um added the system to the ICE. I don't remember which one it added it to, but someone made it work. You see GVs for the Paris Eurosol, I think Brussels trains, and then the liveries, even unbranded, as the icing on top. I really do wonder, like, just genuinely curious about Dovetail's stance after they've done it now for the West Coast mainline route. Although that was unplanned, it happened nonetheless, and I'm sure they would have looked at feedback, data, and I can only imagine what they're thinking about unbranded stuff coming to the game more often moving forward, especially for US content, which I think would be understandable if they could get everything else, like if stations weren't licensed, for example, if the railroads themselves, the actual railway, doesn't need any licensing, as long as that's all like one-to-one. For more decent US content, I'm sure we could look past unbranded liveries. And ultimately, to those who wouldn't want it, they just don't buy the route. And maybe if the licensing ever does come, then Dovetail can like adjust the livery. I think it's a good middle ground. If you're on PC, then you'll buy it anyway, and most 9 times out of 10 there'll be a mod to fix that. But if it means that we get routes that otherwise we would absolutely no way get, I wouldn't be mad about it. I wouldn't be mad. I just wouldn't want it to start being a thing where that's now all we get. That makes sense. The explanation about the trains being from different countries and different operators. Thank you for the TikTok follow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, I guess it's more efficiency, isn't it? If freight is going across borders within one continent, it only makes sense to kind of make it as streamlined a process as possible, rather than have it delivered to the border, to a siding, park up there, have another train come and grab it. It becomes a bit of a pain in the backside. And I guess it could still work that way. And you'd only be saving, like, I don't know, an hour tops. But I guess it adds up. Not to mention the headache of logistics. I wonder if we'll see the class... What's the new one? The new freight one we've got now in the UK? 90? Not a 90, no. Was it 99? I wonder if the licensing on that would allow it to be ever seen in the game. The brakes on these aren't the best. I'm not trying to get caught out. I don't see university buildings on the left. Welcome back, Irish lad. The IC1 is a uniquely German product. So is there no way the capabilities that would allow it to be used on a neighboring country, is there no way for it to be like added on? Like, is it really that difficult of a process? I'm gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna use this time to quickly go to the bathroom. We're still gonna have a good couple minutes even after I'm back. Okay, I admittedly did a lot more than just go to the bathroom, but I am back now. Right, on our way to BNS. That's what the cool kids say, right? No one says Birmingham New Street anymore. The new trains on Stansted Express are the trains you'll see in Switzerland. But they're not connected in any way, right? I guess that's just coincidence, like how you've got, like in Morocco, you've got Polish stock. Although I think those were like hand-me-downs. It was less common for countries to buy trains from other countries. Oh. Was that more for like like transportation reason, as in so like it would be difficult to get a train from Germany to Switzerland, for example? Because like the new Piccadilly line trains, for example, that are coming from Germany, they're obviously like traveling on the rail. They didn't have to be like put in the back of a truck. Well, put in the back of many trucks all the way from Germany. So it made things easier logistically. What do you mean you forgot you're working from home this week then? Have you been have you got into work? It's the same product. Yeah, but as in, let me try and articulate it properly. I guess I'm assuming we're still talking on the Stansted Express and Switzerland train. Do you know what was there a particular reason? You said it's not coincidence, right? So I'm assuming then there was a particular reason why the same trains are used. You were going to tomorrow. Well, hopefully they would have. In that case, it would have been taken as like, you know, you just being very dedicated to your job, very passionate. The reason for the change is the EU. In what sense? There are loads of railway crossings between Germany and Switzerland. I'm confused. What particular topic are we touching on? I think I've confused myself more than anything. Why are there no joint sounds? Okay, yeah. So okay, so I see that it was easy. Yeah, so it's easy to get the, or easier today, to get the product from Germany to Switzerland. But what relation does it have to getting the product, the train, to the UK? Because you said it wasn't a coincidence that it's the same train being used in Switzerland than it, uh, as the one being used here, which is yes, the Flirt. So like why is it not a coincidence? Train manufacturers got separated from the train operators, making it easier to buy and sell from abroad. Okay, so I think that's history that's key here that I wasn't too aware of. Because since I've sort of really sort of started learning about trains, I've seen, you know, I guess mostly German trains sort of everywhere, and um, trains flowing freely through borders. So the limitations of old, I not clued up on at all. The manufacturers are not tied to national operators. So how do they get it across? Who's in charge? Who's in charge of getting the train from Germany to Switzerland? And wouldn't it be as difficult as like getting the new Piccadilly line trains from Germany to here? Culture happens all the time now. Am I right in saying that it's for the better? I think it's only right I do a HST service. Surely. Out of curiosity, who would take care of taking a train from of delivering a train basically? If it were to travel by rail, who would take care of it? I think this is my first time driving this train. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is genuinely my first time driving this. Where's AWS? Oh, it's on already. Oh, your place is shut down for a week. So it would have just been an L. Trains are less unique to their country nowadays. Yeah? Yeah. And I think it's very. I think the UK is one of the best examples of that. When you compare to what we saw, what we had 30 years ago to now, 30, 40 years ago. I do sometimes envy the old generation when it comes to the railway. Sometimes I just see the conversation on the forum, and the older generations talk about, oh, you never know, you could have seen a this or a that, or oh, on some days you could even see this. Whereas like today, you'll see in a Class 800 and a Class 800 only on whatever. I say 800 80X series, be it 801, 80 whatever, where you see even like the diesels of today, 150 or a 158. You'll see in a 158 or a 150 or a 170. You get what you get. You get what you get and be happy. Company called Rail Adventure specializes in it. Ah, okay. So it's almost like I guess a freight train, isn't it? Basically a truck of the rails. What do you mean, Dan? Like you save yourself a week's worth of fuel? I didn't even see that, Simon. I didn't even see that. So is that an example then of like a delivery? Like a delivery in progress? How did I miss that? I think you've told me about that before as well. And I've seen it on the forums, I'm pretty sure. The sad thing is about that, and I mean, and I say sad from like my perspective, because I know from a business perspective at least, you know, it is a good thing. But yeah, the sad thing is we'll never go back to that. It wouldn't make sense from a business standpoint. So we'll never go back to that. The uniqueness of what was once upon a time. Some trains that moved at sea via like trucks though, right? I know some countries like Italy, for example, you've got the fancy the train that actually goes on a ferry, like on the rails. But for the most part, it's just train sitting on the back of a truck, isn't it? Siemens Testtrack is near Aachen, and the test trains are moved there. What a sick detail to have in the game. What a sick detail. And what a spot as well, like in reality. If you were to spot something like that, like seeing the Piccadilly lines going through Germany, that's insane. That's insane. Like, I'm sure it's going to happen again, probably when the Bakerloo line gets replaced, whenever that will be. I'm sure they'll probably source... You'd expect them to probably source the same train. But in a way, it's like a once in a lifetime. It's like a once in a lifetime. So sick, man. You know what? It's not often where the train that's doing the overtaking. That's pretty cool. I'm still yet to see them, man. To be fair, I don't think... To be fair... Oh... No. I was going to talk and get myself in trouble. I'll just say that I'm surprised I haven't seen the trains yet myself. You did see the 700 in Germany. That must have been so... there's a word I'm looking for. Weird. There's a particular word I'm looking for, but it's escapes me. Surreal. That's the one. Surreal. Spent a lot of time on those sidings to the left via the Cargo Line Volume 1 DLC. I feel like that still happens today, though. Like, with the Sataros especially. Okay, I know you get Sataros that cross in... I don't know, they don't fully cross into the Netherlands. I think on the OMSI, the Aachen portion of the particular route it is the Dutch bit of the route. You actually do cross the border, I believe. I'm pretty certain you actually cross the border. But like the Sataros, for example, we had them in the at least in London years back. But I think they're still used in Germany quite a lot, and even like the newer Mercedes buses, like the E Sataro. Whereas we don't have that at all, and I don't think we've got. I don't think any of our common buses operate outside of the UK, like the Enviros. We've got the new BYD bus, but that, I mean, that's a Chinese brand anyway. So if it does appear, somewhere in that region, that would kind of make sense. But generally speaking, I think our buses are just our bus. There's Enviros that run in Japan, I believe. I know they did at one point. I don't know if they still do. I didn't mean to go into emergency. Although, I probably should have just left it there. Yeah, this is an L. I can't believe this. This station is going to get skipped. Yeah. That's a shame. That was my bad. Yeah, I know we had Enviros in Japan that were slightly different. I think they had a double axle on the rear, whereas all the buses here obviously just have a single axle. No, understood. But I'm talking about the modern UK buses. I don't see them. I don't think they operate anywhere else. I don't think our buses operate elsewhere, like out of the UK, other than the Enviro. Although, in saying that, I'm assuming that a lot of the buses I see around are manufactured here. If they're not, really? I mean, I don't go looking for that information, but with sort of the content I've seen around social media and like YouTube and stuff, I'm surprised to hear that. I'm actually surprised to hear that. What countries are we talking? We're not talking Europe, are we? Surely. I can't believe I just had a stinker at that last station. I think I'm actually feeling some Omsi. I must stream some Omsi later on. the USA and Germany. Hong Kong, I can, like, yeah, I could. That was quite easy to believe. Switzerland, that's news to me, but I don't know. It's just easier for me to picture. But Germany, I feel like Germany are so about their own, you know, their own brands. Okay, and USA is just completely taken me. Has completely shocked me, that one. Because again, from what I've seen, the US just have their own brands. Just a typical, like, long cuboids, long diesel cuboids. There's not really much in the way of like curves and the shape. Right, where do I start braking then? I feel like 2 miles is a little bit too soon. 1.6. 1.6 miles. Oh, you know what? Let me start going from now so I don't even want to risk it. Huh? Berlin. Okay, I'm gonna need to have it. I'm gonna need to Google that myself. I need to see that. I know Berlin's got a range of buses, but Enviros, or at least Enviros like that I'm familiar with. That's actually completely shocked me. I think my phone's dead now. Oh no, it's still alive. In the Varo 500, that's what's coming up for me. No way. That looks like a real life mod. It looks like someone's created a mod for OMSI, and they've just made it into like a real thing. That looks so fake, but it's real. Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Germany just needs to stick to the trains that are going to ensure their services run on time. That's what they need to worry about. This facility has shut down now, hasn't it? I don't know if it's been knocked down. I believe it's going to be. What? You can't even fly there? Really? Why? Didn't they think people would be curious to like go around and have a look? It looks fairly well done. I don't know what the place looks like in reality, but it looks like a good representation. That's a shame. I mean, I think it's a bigger shame that you can't access the tracks, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, they only end. You can only go so far. And I think before you even get to the end, you'll get the game stopping you. Every time I see these, I want to stand on them. Must be so satisfying. It'd be nice to have a guard buzzer. If no more requests come through, I think I'll just continue my run on the E94 journey mode. From the moment Skyhook took charge of it, it was flipped on his head in a good way. Well, it was probably flipped on his head already, and it was placed back correctly. I don't know. I don't know how the timetable compares to reality. I believe there's a class 222 that we're missing, right? And the cross city services, yeah. So that was a bit of a bummer that they didn't come. They didn't appear on this route, but I believe they would have needed to redo the timetable. And the DLC was for something completely different. So, as much as it would have been a nice gesture, I can see why it was ignored. I had the blast on TVL. TVL was a really nice route. I wish I would have ran it with the TOD4 mods. I believe I would have enjoyed it maybe a little bit more. But nonetheless, it was good, man. It was good. Especially as there was a decent amount of like loading and unloading activity, which even on freight routes nowadays you don't really get too much of. We used to get a fair bit of that, man. Sandpatch created a bunch of load-in scenarios or just services on Sandpatch. The Cargo Line series kind of tried to revive that a little bit, but it does still feel like a feature of old. Definitely feels that way. Even NTP. NTP's got some decent freight on there. Some Class 47, if I remember correctly. Class 47 and 37 hauled services. Very lackluster timetable, though. Yeah. Remember when Jane Borderline promised that we were going to get one? I would really like to think he doesn't do what he does on purpose. I would really, really like to think that. But at this point, I believe he's been doing it for years. Also, I wonder how Johannes is getting on with the mild Milan extension. My mind is still boggled at how little noise is being made over the lack of passengers. I've been bewildered about it from the start. From a community that likes to complain about everything. As bad as the passengers are, some people might even be grateful that there aren't any dynamic passengers on the platforms. But it's still a big part of the immersion. 6Max03. Is that a request? I remember that being one of the beloved TSW2 routes. Just TVL as a whole. I remember really eager. I was really eager to play the journey mode because I had just heard good things about it. Ooh, my tiredness is starting to kick in. I didn't have the greatest night of sleep, to be fair. But I've been okay so far. Let's have a sit. Coming up to 12:30. I didn't have a good breakfast in terms of the food I had wasn't healthy. I had my glass of coffee. Yeah, I'm down. I'm absolutely down. I'm not super fussed about getting the E94 journey mode done. You see, when TSW6 comes out, Simon, would you rather... And don't worry, no pressure, it's not like what you say is going to go 100%, but just for me to, I guess have an idea. So, when TSW5 came out, for example, and like I said about 10 minutes ago, I did one route, one DLC at a time of the core route. So I did the whole UK route, journey mode, finished it. Then went on to do Frankfurt, finished it. Then went on to do San Bernardino, finished it. Would you rather see it like that, or see one day it be the Riviera line, one day Dresden to Leipzig, one day the Morristown route, and then the next day back to the UK route, and so on and so forth. Like every day's like I'd still be running through the journey mode, but each day is a different DLC or a different country. I also would like to do the scenarios, and I don't know how I would go about that because I'd want to get the scenarios out day one. You don't mind seeing the timetable? Okay. As in literally just seeing the timetable, like seeing the list of services, or actually seeing it in action. Excuse me. Apparently a much better timetable than original Anchor Ice Tracker. You know what? There's a fair bit of action. I was at was this a scenario? I don't remember whether it was a scenario or just a service in the timetable mode. But I was doing some coupling and uncoupling action. I think it must have been a scenario. I don't remember 100% though. Because there was like a 40 wagon, had to leave it on a side, and it sounds like the type of thing they do for a scenario. But basically, as I was in the sidings dealing with the uncoupling and coupling, there was a bunch of like local hauled passenger services going by, you know, with 110s and 103. I think it was there 103. Is it the 103 in there as well? I don't remember. But I remember it was quite busy, and I was thinking to myself, okay, interesting. But you know, sometimes in scenarios they kind of do that on purpose, and then you go and play the timetable, and it's not the same. That's completely valid. I think you've done that quite a bit, don't you? You do that usually, don't you, with DLCs? You won't Oh, is it the core release? I remember there's something that you stayed away from. I don't know if it just happened once or multiple times, but you stayed away until you experienced it yourself. Right, let me hit two birds with one stone and go to the journey mode. Recently played. It's not exactly in the order I would have liked it to be. Ah, yeah, it was this. I believe. So that was a scenario. It's quite long, aren't they? They will get more engagement by alternating the routes. It will be, I guess so. Yeah, I was gonna say it may be tough to tell though, because it's gonna be new anyway, so it's gonna have that, you know, kind of like a new route hype. But yeah, they didn't add any extra AI at mines, and I wonder why. These are really long runs. I want to see if I can find anything for like a decent. That's a decent length. So there's 301 services to complete on the initial timetable, and then 317 on the 1984 timetable. Yeah, of course you can, Dummy. I hope I'm gonna spell it right. I hope I spell it right. Frankfurt, Which Frankfurt route, Domi? Frankfurt Fulda? Mine's the Frankfurt. Which one's that? Is that the which one? Which route is that? Maybe a freight train. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a random part of a route. This one sounds good. Part 2. Hopefully I don't embarrass myself driving this train. I should be good. I should be good. I should be good. Thank you, Domi, for requesting that. I actually wanted to see what my performance will be like now. A heads up. The CFAR will become annoying because in order for me to keep an eye on it, I need to have this view, and it's the out of the yellow, blue, and white lights. It's the white one, and I can't just be driving like this constantly. So I'm gonna have to wait for the beep and then acknowledge it. Something about that ocean blue, man. Something about the ocean blue. What's the burgundy? What's the burgundy livery called? What's the actual name of it? Because that's beautiful as well. Can I just spam C4? I mean, I could. I could do that. in your model train collection, dummy. When I have a proper, when I move, and I have a new studio. I'm going to try to have like a nice little background of like model trains, maybe some cars, some trucks, just stuff like relevant to the games I play. You're liking what you see. And bear in mind, Simon, as well, this is just a service I've grabbed from the timetable. This isn't no fancy catered scenario that's been, you know, touched up. This is, you know, raw and pure. It'll be interesting to see how much traffic we get the other way. The last dinner that I did where I was talking about breaking up the wagons. It was in the rain. But it was still, like not many runs that take place in the rain in the game are atmospheric. They usually, the rain just ends up being a bit annoying. But on here, it was a vibe. It was a bit of a vibe. Burgundy livery is called red and beige. Oh, is that it? It's quite boring. Ocean blue sounds so cool. And then he just got red and beige. It's not even red. It's burgundy. Or at least it looks burgundy in the game. Trans-Europe Express. I don't like that name either. It's a livery of those luxury trains. It does give luxury. It's given luxury vibes 100%. DB adopted it for most of its in-city trains. You don't really like the E94? Fair enough, fair enough. I guess you're not a huge fan of the 1020 then, of which this is based off. What does CE stand for, Dommy? I've seen it used a lot in the forums. But I don't know what it stands for. Oh, Trans-Europe Express. I find it interesting, it only has that on one side. Oh my god. How cool is that, man? Why is this here? Shout out to TSG, man. The next generation. Oh, so product Farben is old. Former area of interest. Fair enough. Fair enough. Post the air hose on the other side of the loco and see if it still breaks. Is that going to cause many issues, Domi? I don't want to do anything that's going to potentially cause me issues. I just want to go do my A to B with a peace of mind. I'll let you I'll let you experiment with it on your own end. Because if something does go wrong, I can't trust that I can resolve it. Sorry about my voice, by the way. My throat is it's really trying. Oh, Product Farben is a generation after. Okay. 96 to 1996. And from what years were the previous liveries running? Was it roughly another like 10 years? 10 years before? Late 60s, early 70s. Okay, so roughly 15, more or less. Was that a 218? That was a 218, wasn't it? It's gorgeous in that livery, you know. I mean, to be fair, it looks pretty nice as it is. Like even in DB red, it looks nice, but it looks like it's wearing a suit. The old colors were just green. Okay. So like what we're seeing here, basically. This is 96 all red. This is 1996 and forevermore. This looks like it can open, doesn't it? If it does open, I can't figure out how. I think it was very important for the time period that they did that, the repaint. Did they change the interior, or was that only for the 110? It would have been terribly immersion breaking seeing a DB red on a 1984 timetable. So we've seen a 218, we've seen 103s, we've seen 110s. I love me a very timetable. We kind of started in an odd spot, Simon. So I do apologise that you're not going to see either terminus. I guess I could have a quick gander on the map actually before leaving the run, if I remember. And you can kind of see what's going on in terms of action on either end. I just love how separated the body is from the cab as well. On some like crossings and switches, it's very clear. Are we gonna see the station? Because I know we're going to the siding there. I don't know if the siding comes after the station. Oh, you passed through. Okay, cool, sweet. I'll tell you what did annoy me when driving through the rain though. Another 103. When the wiper's on, you got the thing there just constantly spinning. And I don't understand how it works. Like, I know obviously it's very mechanical, right? Ah. Okay, I understand now. I don't know. It just bothered me that it was just constantly, like, it's constantly spinning. Not a serious problem, but minor inconvenience. The yard you go to and the line that runs by is completely dead at the major timetable. Interesting. Let's see then, because man, I don't remember what siding it was that I was doing all the breaking up, but the sidings themselves had a decent bit of freight laying around. Now, again, that was a scenario, so it could have just been beefed up for that particular event. But I'm hoping that it will be at least as busy this time around. Although, to be fair, when it comes to sidings and what you see there, especially in terms of the freight, it's usually just there all the time. If it's not getting actively moved around by like AI, what's there will just be there. There are AI loco changes. Nice. Was it TSG that did the timetable as well? Or were they just working on the train? Are those roofs rusty or are they painted? Because they look very rusty. Roast beef and rice with a sweet chili. So look at you, mate. Getting it cracking on a Monday afternoon. I'd love to see it. Hello, Joreno. How you doing, mate? I think I'm gonna have to cancel my Wednesday stream. If I will stream on Wednesday, it's gonna be very short. Very, very short. I don't think I will. Drano, I don't know where you are, mate, but this morning my door's just been slamming. When I went to the bathroom in the morning, I was so sure somebody had like broken into the house. Hey, is that a Repsam Swan? Why? I didn't miss anything. I was acknowledging everything. I acknowledged the speed limit. I acknowledged the yellows. That's interesting. I'm not quite sure what that was for. I'm not quite sure at all. Rust off the overhead wires. What a sick bit of detail. It looked really well done as well. Like I'm happy that it's like rust and not just a paint job. Ah, I was meant to come down to 75. I was meant to slow down to 75 off the 1000 hertz. I acknowledged everything correctly. Just didn't slow down to the speed I should have. Right, Ellis, I feel like I ain't seen you in time, boss. What are you saying? Like for another 4 hours. Cover my costs, bro. What you said? My rate outside my schedule is £20 an hour. We say you got a little 80 there. PZB mode is 75, Dommy. I don't know if you can see the number on the blue. It's inside the blue circle on the left. Right, so here we go into Coblane's. Got a 110 to the left, got a 110 to the right. To begin with. I can't tell when I'm restricted or not. I'm just gonna stay on the 40. I mean, my limit is 40 anyway, so works out for us pretty well. What have we got to the left? You know, there's a lot of activity already, you know. Oh my god. I mean, how about that, Simon? Standing the field up pretty well over there. Trains more or less just scattered everywhere. Is this not the narrow gauge? Is this a narrow gauge coach? It can't be, right? These look like the ones from there's another line that has like narrow gauge coaches as like decor. It looks like that. I've been fighting an illness, Ellis said. It hasn't won the battle, and it hasn't won the war, and it won't. I've been fighting it all weekend. Started on Friday. My body's patterned, man. I used to get ill every like couple weeks, if you guys remember. I was always ill. And then, man, I've been doing a lot of fasting this year, and I think that's strengthened my body. These are the coaches that come with this engine. No, they're not. Are they? I must have not been paying attention. It's because they look like. Was it Samaringbon? I don't bloody remember. I think it might be Samaringbon, but there's a route that has that color wagons, but on like a narrow gauge line. There's like a bunch of them, and my mind instantly went there. Yeah, I don't really have an excuse for why I didn't notice. They were the ones that came with this logo. It's also Samaringbon. Oh, Dresden Chemnitz, that's the one then. I'm taking your word for it because I actually don't remember. These sidings are completely dead though. I don't know if that would be, well, it can't be typical, right? Surely you'd at least have a couple formations here and there. Liz. I'm not calling you Liz. What's that? What's Liz? That's what you said. How else? Oh, Els. Is it Els? Oh, you think you're a drill rapper? Would you rather I call you Els? It's up to you, bro. No, of course. Come on, bro. Mine was the easiest. Exactly. even when I was spitting, I just threw in a Z at the end of my name. I won't tell you what the name was because my SoundCloud still exists. Only person that's been able to find it was Nabil. I don't even know how he found it. Oh, I do actually. He had a clue. Beautiful. So now if I go to return to free roam, and we go all the way over here, Got one service on the move. Wagons placed. There's quite a bit going on in terms of what's parks around. I think it's more or less as busy on either side. Scraps and shots. Bro, what about the Betis one? Okay, it doesn't end with Z, but the Betis one, bro, SK. There's about a billion SKs around London. Excuse me, Dan. Train what? Train what? Drop a line, nah, bro. I had the whole EP. It's on my phone. Where is it? It's on my. I got a whole EP on this, and like unreleased stuff. I've only got 2 things out there that are public. I don't think you know how seriously I was taking it. At least play one. Nah, not on stream, bro. Ask Nabil to hook you up with the ask Nabil to hook you up with the SoundCloud. If he's willing to, I'll leave it up to him. I'm not gonna do it. The streets need it. I need to feed the streets. And the thing is, what I've got on SoundCloud compared to what I've got on my phone is mid. I actually went. I don't know what happened to me like 21, 22. Yeah, I was going ham. I would happily toot my own horn. Dommy, do you have like a particular loco you want me to drive with? 420 could appear at mines on this route too when it comes out. Have they left a gap for it? Nah, yeah, feel free, bro. Feel free. If you can find it. Now, to be honest, I got my SoundCloud. I don't know. It was lit for like 2017 or whenever I uploaded it. Tommy, give me a loco. Otherwise, I'll just choose. What can we choose? We got a 143. 101 can do freight as well, right? Not here, apparently. It's just intercity. Okay, so the 143 or the Vectron, I guess. Not much of a choice. With the Nosta shuttle. What's the Nosta shuttle? Do we have it? Is it the Sprinter? Is that another name for the Sprinter? All we've got in game is the Coploper and S&G Sprinter. I can add it to the list. Dommy, welcome back. Sorry, I thought... Anyway. What loco do you want? Is that a service joiner that already exists in the game? I'm not gonna be messing around in free roam creating funky formations. And our L's, hey, it's my history, bro. I'm an open book, my guy. It's the only freight service on the route, okay. That's why when the bill found it, bro, it was even me that told the bill like that it was out there, and then he happened to put 2 and 2 together from something, and he found it. Yeah, there's nothing from the Trax family. Only thing here is the 143. Let's go from Frankfurt. I want to see Frankfurt. Where's Kelsterbach? How close can I get to Frankfurt? This should be fine, right? It's one stop. Because I want to get something during the day as well. You heard? What do you mean you heard you can't? You heard I can't read books. You'll be shocked at how much I read. Ironically, it's a book that I need to go and get from the post office today. I ordered it on. It came on Friday, but why didn't I collect it on Friday? There was a reason I don't remember. And then Saturday, I was occupied literally all day on Saturday. Invested in Bitcoin. Like, is that even a question, boss? Invested in Bitcoin, bro. That's not even. I ain't got to think about that. Plane Spotter is coming after this one. What's something you would have done differently? What did you have in mind? Ugh, another one to get used to, right? That seems to be correct. The hell is that? Okay, so this is all about the information, it seems. No need to worry about coach lights. Okay.
Zugbeeinflussung.
We've got 2 minutes. I don't think there's much else to do, to be honest.
AFB. AFB. AFB.
Yeah, I think we're good to go. We're good to go. Yeah. I mean, it's like the top thing. Start a car brand. Yeah, but Dan, you could have done the same thing. You could have made those billions. Obviously, if you wanted to be an entrepreneur, cool, win it. But you could have still made those billions just by investing in Bitcoin. I probably should have just released the brakes. I didn't really think about that while I was sitting there doing nothing. Am I into it now? Nah. I invested on and off during the hype. Made a bit of money. Not much. And yeah, left it. I'm going to go back into investing and stuff though. I'm just stalling to open my my account. Well, to reopen my account because they've like locked it.
Wiesbaden. Wiesbaden or is it Wiesbaden? It's one of them. Does anyone know what this is for? Oh, I love that. There's some rust up here as well. I don't know how much. Yeah, there you go. Much clearer in the sun. The guy has a lot of. Is that real? Is that a true story? I'm starting to doubt it's real. What if he was making it up all along? And he was hoping that Satoshi would like feel sorry for him and then give him some bitcoins for free. Simon, let TSW be like a new sunrise over the hills in the on the horizon. Let it be a new hope. Never understood if that story was true. I don't know, man. Like I said, I believed it. I believed it for a while. But I don't know. It was mentioned then, and I was just thinking to myself, you know, I'm gonna forgive the start rate on a lot of these routes today because I reinstalled the entire game. And when I uninstalled the game, I uninstalled everything that came with it. I preserved my profile, preserved my pack files so I wouldn't have to install them again. Wait, why is a track? Why are track shadows on here? They're not meant to be, no? Because I can see it. I think the only reason it wasn't that visible before was because of the mods I had. I think there was one or two that focused on eliminating it. Matt did say on Discord that they want to do it, but aren't ready yet. Regarding the track shadows or something else. It's crazy how much hype this route garnered, man. Just driving through it so casually. It's a shame that not more came out from the noise that was made regarding the timetable, regarding performance. It was the loudest unified shout from the community in a while. Also, isn't this one of the Vectrons that was meant to be like ribbed? I can't really see it being ribbed. It looks flat, especially from this angle. It looks a bit more ribbed on this side. Yeah, it looks ribbed on this side. Whoa. Or does it? I can't figure it out. The flex chain was flat. It's not even that performance consuming. The memory consuming, which is half the battle, it seems. Not in their own rights, but when there's multiple different trains in a timetable, it becomes a problem. I wonder if there's a logical reason that trains and sidings, the majority of the time, are just idling away. Just idling away. Like, is it that if they had to be like cold started by the AI, there would be an issue? You would assume when AI spawns in them ready to move, the train would just be on. Well, no issues on PC isn't no issues on consoles. I think as much as that it may seem an excuse, a lot of the time that is mentioned, it is worth actually considering.
Zugbeeinflussung.
We seem to be cutting it a lot closer than I feel like we should have. A lot closer. There was no time to muck around with dynamic brakes, Tommy. We didn't have that much time to slow down at all. I mean, I was on full service on the train brakes for most of the time, and we're pretty close to the red. Why are you hating on consoles?
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
I'm not using any mods. I mentioned it last week. I'm not going to use any mods until TSW6. I had messed up my game so much that even when I uninstalled the mods, all of them, even like God mode and stuff, I think. Yeah, even God mode I removed, all of them. And I verified the files in Steam. I was still having issues with the game. So earlier this morning, I uninstalled the entire thing and reinstalled it. Thank God that I've got my my gigabit speeds. And a fast drive. Because I manually took out all the pack files I had so that I wouldn't have to reinstall them again. But yeah, basically I'd load it after I removed all my mods. I would load into a route, and it would take like 3-4 minutes, no matter what route I was trying to load. It would take 3-4 minutes. Performance would be all over the place, and then when I'd go back to the main menu, the game would crash, no matter what route. Scenario, timetable, service. I go back to the main menu, the game crashes. This was with no mods. So like it got bad. And it all started with me trying to figure out how to get Southeastern High Speed working again. And with that particular DLC, I reinstalled it after I had verified the files and everything. Nothing. Like the game was in a bad place. The game was in a bad place. Isn't this the bridge that always glitches trains from like the external cam? Or is that the one that's closer to Frankfurt? I think it might be the other one. What was that for?
Zwangsbremsung. Zwangsbremsung.
Why?
Zwangsbremsung. Zwangsbremsung.
I'm going at 70 kilometers an hour.
Zwangsbremsung.
There was no yellows.
Zwangsbremsung. 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 Zwangsbremsung.
Why was that?
Zwangsbremsung. Zugbeeinflussung.
What was that for? The last thing I went past was the yellow signal, where I slowed down to 70. Was that a bug? It wasn't a bug. Can you explain it then? My limit is 75. I slowed down to 70 within time and was traveling at 70 for a while after I acknowledged the yellow signal and was under 1000 hertz restriction. Ah. Okay. I had in mind my limit was 75. So yeah, okay, my bad then. In my head the limit was 75. I didn't realize it was 70. Still not sure about the whole getting penalized for traveling at the limit. Like I said, not yesterday, Friday. When you're driving on the road and you have like a 50 kilometer an hour limit, if the police catch you doing 50 kilometers an hour, they're not going to penalize you. If you go over 50 kilometers an hour, then they penalize you. But the game, and it's inconsistent when it does this as well, because sometimes you'll be okay going at the limit. The game won't punish you for it. Other times, it will punish you for it. So, not sure about that one. Why didn't that yellow need acknowledging? I'm pressing acknowledge, nothing's happening. Thank you, Michael, for liking the live. I don't think it's an Unreal Engine problem. If it was an Unreal Engine issue, then I would expect it to be consistent. You are, Simon. You are. And yeah, it could be, like you said, it could be literally 0.0001. It could be that. But yeah, like I said, I thought my limit was 75. That's the other PZB mode. Hence why I went down to 70. Because on the other runs, when I had, like when I was doing the E94, I slowed down to that was 75. So when I was running the E94 at 75, I was slowing down to 70. I usually try and follow the rule when I'm under restriction. Like now, I just travel at the limit. I will push the train to actually go at the limit, but under a restriction, I'll go 5 under. More than anything, because I can't be bothered to keep dealing with an emergency brake application, and then because that's how you're actually meant to do it. Well, I know train drivers do it. Or is that for speed limit? No, I think they do it for speed limits as well. They don't have to, but I think it's something that's generally done on the German network. Yeah, when you go over like the limit by a certain amount, Domi, they in certain countries, even in the UK, you can be arrested. In the US, you can be arrested for it and just straight up taken to jail. Do I read? I do read. I do read, boss. Or to be honest, it depends what. Reading is very vague. Do I read in general? Yes. But it doesn't mean I read everything and anything. I read books by the majority of books I've read are by Miles Monroe. There's a book by Rick Joyner that I'm reading at the moment. More for just self, like not fiction and stuff like that. I don't really read them type of books. Thank you for confirming, Simon. I didn't learn from last time. Well, I've got 65 kilometers on AFB. I just didn't slow down quick enough. So there's some progress there, I guess. But there are still like, yeah, a lot of books I want to read. I want to read, is it Rich Dad Poor Dad? I want to read that. That's quite an important book for me to read. And yeah. Yeah. Apparently it's one of those books that you need to like read every so often to keep reminding yourself of the content. They think they're cool, innit? Right in the O like that. They think they're cool. I see you shining.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Isn't the Vectron women, the Vectron that we have in this Vola route, isn't it not meant to be in blue and yellow? Or am I just making that up? I feel like I've read that. Yeah, that's a long ass train. The signal's been red for a hot minute. The whole time we were dealing with that emergency brake application, the signal's been red. Quick trip to the bathroom. Oh, hello. I hope the green hasn't been on for too long. The blue and yellow Vectrons are only on so they do exist, but just on passenger services. The blue and yellow ones operate the Amsterdam to Berlin into 7 sleeper trains. So, so is it what, a DB red one? Which one operates
Beeinflussung.
the freight services? Okay, nice. Nice. So it is the one that's available on the route is then actually law accurate. Especially, it looks good in general, Simon. But I know you're a sucker for, busy timetables. That's why I left it in third person when I went to the bathroom just now, because I knew there was the ICE going one way, the freight going one way. Yeah, it brings the route to life, man. International freight in Europe is an open market. And MRCE as well, right? Didn't Railpool dissolve? Or was that MRCE that dissolved? One of them, I think, is no longer in operation.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Decent. I can't explain how or why, but that felt quite fulfilling. That felt quite fulfilling. Good afternoon, Mr. Riders fan. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Real pool still exists in my city. Ah, right. Yeah. I had a mod. I had a mod for the Vectron. I gave it a beacon livery. I don't know if I ever used it. I don't know if I ever used it. Oof. 54 minutes. To be fair, there's no request after it as it stands. That's good to hear, mate. I'm doing well as well, thank you. That goes grace. Third service today with a Vectron, you know. That's crazy. I haven't driven this train in months. I didn't really need to do anything, did I? It's another freight one.
AFB.
What I do need to do, though, is come here.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Does PZBN that work here? I mean, I do have a restriction. Remember to release the brakes today. Not today, but this time. Oh, wait. The black top. The black top. The other one have it as well. Why did it stand out so much? I think it did. Oh, long old cop looper. As ATB added. Oh, okay. Let me go turn that on. Do I turn it on from here, or is it a physical button? If it's from here, I want to find it. Oh, it should be on the Dutch thing as well, isn't it? 25 or it should be 25, isn't it? Why can't I select it? Or do I have to deactivate the power first? Do I need to put the pantograph down? Oh, 25 is the high speed line. I'm actually not 100% sure. I don't know how fast we're going to be traveling. I think we're topping out 100. Okay, you do need the pantograph to be down already. Not stand, too slower. Cool. But even if I'm not gonna go high speed, I don't know what qualifies at high speed. Surely 25 will still be okay. Just to cover all bases, I feel like.
AFB, AFB, AFB.
1.5 kilovolt is the normal. Okay. Ah, it's not the speed, it's the line. And where would I activate? Where do I activate ATB? Oh, it's automatic. It's automatic. It's in operation automatically, right? I don't need to like activate it. Thank you for the assistance, boys. High-speed lines in the Netherlands use a German voltage. Wait, I can't use AFB. The new freight line uses a German voltage. The new freight line, so not this one. If I use a German voltage though, then ATB won't trigger, will it? There's a new freight-only line from the border with Germany to the port of Rotterdam. All regular Dutch lines use with mixed traffic is over 5 kilovolts. Thank you very much for the info. So now with regards to limits, I see that the game's holding me at 100 km/h limit still. So is the freight limit still roughly the same, or even exactly the same as Germany? With regards to like weight, if your train's a certain weight and the brake weight goes all into that equation, you're limited to either you're limited to different speeds. Ah, this is DC current. Brake speeds would be the same. Okay, sweet. Let's bring the power down then. It's not a super long train. I mean, I've got a green light for the 140. I'm just gonna go for it, I think. Put in some tankers. Are there any games or sims coming out that you're looking forward to? In what time frame? Because I want to say GTA 6, but that's all the way in March next year. I guess I kind of have to say TSW 6. Those are kind of it for games though. Because I'm looking forward to content for games like Project Road Trip and Project Coaches for American Truck Sim and Euro Truck Sim. Well, I'm curious about how Saber Interactive's truck game, I'm gonna call it a game for now, is gonna be. Joe Murphy, thank you very much for the gift, my man. Or my girl, I don't know, but thank you. Nowhere in the world is free allowed to do 140. Nowhere in the physical world. Now the train sim world operates a little bit differently. I am. Don't do that to me. I am. But see, I don't know that for myself. You know? So I'm taking a 50-50 chance here. I can either gamble on what you're saying, or I can gamble on what the game's given me. So I'll look at it that way. I don't seem to be breaking any laws in the game. So it seems like, well, I don't know now. I've been told, right? I could have been told a lie. Oh, the wagons are cool, Drainer. Don't worry about the wagons, bro. Wagons are chilling. Look. Wagons are chilling. It's an emergency. Look at the little text. I need my glasses. It's an emergency. It's an emergency service. gonna cause a GTA 5 style explosion in the Netherlands. Something to spice up this flat pancake of a landscape. Oh no, that's exactly why I don't want to look at the wagons. Are you gonna make me? Oh. Okay, that's interesting. See, this is a fresh, clean install with nothing but God modes and then DLCs, 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 DLCs. It did crash, and I can bet you 100 quid it was not God mode that caused it to crash. I've got nothing else going on in my. It's a fresh install. It's a fresh install. The only thing that's not fresh is my profile, my save game. It's a fresh install. So that's the game's punishing you for speeding. You know the funny thing is, I think it happened as I was trying to look at the external cam because I was actually gonna go and look at the tankers. But the crazy thing is, that's a legitimate game crash. That's not caused by anything other than the game, which is insane to me. Because when I had the mods, again, I guarantee it's not it's not God mode that made it crash. But when I had all the other mods, I'd always put a disclaimer and say, hey, my game is modded to hell and back. So bear that in mind. Now it's not. It's not modded at all. Thank you, Michael, for the gift as well. Appreciate you. Anyway, TSW6 is around the corner. And I'm more concerned than I've been. Because every time I've crashed in the past, I've always put it down to my mods. Always. Always, always, always. I've always given the game the benefit of the doubt. It wouldn't have been fair to say otherwise. But now? I guess if it crashes in the same place and we know it's I don't even know. What would that even prove? I really don't know. You need a hug, Dan? What's up, my guy? What's going on?
Zugbeeinflussung.
Too much work to do. Is there no way you can split the load between today and tomorrow? Might be a mode that you need to set on the screen for freight. I don't think so, because the HUD is like the game itself. No matter what you've got going on inside the train, unless you're talking completely separate from the HUD will read whatever it will read. I don't know. There's not like much more. I can override. I guess that's for like signaling. Train data. I can't do anything there. Train number won't do anything. Driver ID. That's coupling, I guess. So nothing here will do anything. Over here, you've got obviously the voltage. That doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. This doesn't really do much. This gives me many informations. Could it be PZB mode? What PZB mode should I be in? Or is that something that we'd have to calculate? M sounds about right. I think M sounds about right. I don't know if Bremsstellung is in the right. I don't know. I don't know if this is the right setting. It should be in G, I believe, right? R is like high speeds. P is just for passenger. I think they should be in G. I'm pretty certain it should be in G. It should be a U. We're not that heavy though, are we? We've got like 5 tankers behind us. I don't think we should be in G. Sorry, I don't think we should be in U. Could play it safe though. Because U's usually reserved for like... U is usually reserved for... like super long, super heavy freights. Oh, it's a type of wagons. Let's do U just to be safe. I'll see if it makes a difference, Torino. We'll see if it makes a difference.
RFB, 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 RFB. RFB.
Wait, why is AFB working now and it wasn't working before? What did I just calculate a BRH? My boy, I wasn't even doing that when I was playing through the Expert 101 stuff. I'm not well versed in calculating the BRH. Even I was doing it for the Expert 101 stuff, I had a calculator just calculate everything for me. Whoa, I've been streaming for 5 hours. This is going to be the last request. It's flipping 2 o'clock. ATB is not properly strict as PZB, is it? M is just for containers and any container, like would it be the same for any containers? The game won't always give it to you accurately, Drano. It's been like that for years. I'm still getting a go ahead for 140. So I'll just stay at 100. Would that be realistic? I'll stick to 100 then. Is that 120 kilometers? So I should be good. Go in 120. Let's do that. They're probably robust enough to go 120. I mean, I'm just speculating there. I've got no actual clue. Customer needs the caps. To get the cap, they have to order a whole mountain thing. And needs welding. But luckily, it's not going to be you that's going to be doing the welding. Sucks for the customer though. Would that still be the case if your idea or your ideas were implemented that you were talking about the other day? $100 when loaded and 120 when empty. How would you know they're 100 when loaded? If it just says 120. Okay, fair enough. Guess the train driver would already have that information. Els, bro, you told me raw, like you just jumped on, so like you want me to do 4 hours just for you. Oh what? Now you're surprised. We will assume that they are not, Drano. That's what we'll do for this run. We will assume they are not. Yeah, come on, bro. Come on, bro. You walk in the room, everyone goes quiet. Now I'm gonna keep it real. I only just realized like 20 minutes ago that I've gone over 2 o'clock. Now, Simon, why do you assume that they are loaded? Ah, you said already, because they're coming from Rotterdam. I think they went to empty in Rotterdam, and now they're heading back to be refilled. Because Rotterdam has a lot of liquid in it, and they want to maintain the liquid levels. They're coming from a port. Right, and what's in a port? Water. The water levels need to be maintained. So they brought water from somewhere else. Or some chemicals to add to the water. Yeah, see what that's what Drano is saying. Drano's got it spot on. Realistically, I could just look at the weight of the train. Now, before I look at the weight of the train, here is the information. Take what you need and let me know how much the train should weigh if the wagons were loaded. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tankers. 8 tankers. What roughly should we be looking at for them to be loaded? No. Onnen has many chemicals, and they've taken some to share with Rotterdam. I know we're coming back to fill up and take some more. I mean, it's only logical, right? It should be about 560 tons loaded. That's how much I should see in the menu if it's loaded, and if I should be doing 100 kilometers an hour. Has it actually? Okay. Ah. So, you know, I see 679 tons. Now, I might be wrong. I might be wrong, so do correct me if I am. I believe 679 tons is a lot closer to the heavy number, the full number. So what it looks like has happened is the game's read it backwards. The game's read it backwards. And so what we're looking at is a generic TSW bug. I hope it gets patched soon. I think what it's meant to be reading is 160. It should be reading 160. But yeah, just typical bug, you know. And see, you know, look, that's the thing, right? With a game so buggy, you can never tell what's a bug and what's not. So you could be right, or I could be right, and we just won't know. The only way we'd be able to find out is if you could open the bad boys and have a little peek inside. Fortunately, the game's not that advanced. It's not like Simroll, where there's actually liquid inside the tankers. The people want to demand heavy chemicals. No. The people of Rotterdam are demanding heavy chemicals. The civilians of Onan are just being nice to their neighbors. What is going on at Devsdale? Devsdale. They've got nothing to be disappointed about. They've got nothing to be disappointed about. We'll get to AE eventually. I'm already very heavy on the brakes. No. There won't be such thing. Don't speak such atrocities. There's no reason for it. Only a possible chemical spillage should our tanks be loaded. Now, if they're loaded, we'll hear a bit of a sloshing around, don't we? Oh my god. The game's sloshing around at the moment. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, so if we hear some sloshing around, then we know we're truly actually heavy, right? Let's give it a little listen. Let's try another one. I can't hear any sloshing about of liquids inside. What if maybe we just need to go like, maybe we need to go right to the bottom actually. Where would you really hear the sloshing? It'd be at either side, isn't it? I'm trying to make it fair here. I'm trying to make it fair. I don't seem to be hearing any sloshing about. No. See, that wouldn't be safe. If they were fully full, that wouldn't be safe due to the potential of heat expansion. But you're right, maybe they are full, in which case we'll be able to hear it best from above, where there'll be the most room for the liquid to move around. There's a bit of a dilemma. Now, if I close my eyes and focus hard enough, I can make the sound appear in my mind. But then I open my eyes back to reality and there's no sloshing about. So I think that concludes the investigation. Unfortunately, it seems, a bug has struck the game yet again. A TSW6 feature. And it would be great. It would be great. I must have missed it. That's my bad. Then I guess we'll have to leave the service, right? Or note it down for a post TSW6 release investigation. And from there we could determine whether the claim that the tanks are allegedly full are true or not. So I think we'll postpone. I think for now we'll go under the assumption that they are heavy. Sorry, that they are empty. And conclude in the year to come. I think that's fair. 680 tons, but the game also has 680 bugs. Now, whether that's one of them or not, yeah, that's the issue. That's the issue here, unfortunately. For your sake, I hope you're right. For the greater good of Deutsche Bahn and their representatives. I hope you're right. Why is the arrow on the right side here, but the arrow's on the left side here? Who's mirrored it incorrectly? Look, no ice skating. Yeah, it's got studs on the shoes. So no banging. So you're not allowed to have shoes inside the container. And you can't bang it with a hammer and you can't weld it. That's what I've concluded. Wait. Is the distributor... Is there any way we can cause the liquid to fall out the bottom? It doesn't seem like it. The only way to take it is from above. No one spilled anything. What's the distributor cut off? Oh. Whoa, look at that. The train's been set up incorrectly. Look, they've got it set to full load. That's quite strange, isn't it? That's quite strange. They've got it set to full load. We'll correct that. What happened then? Talk to us. Yeah, I've corrected it though. It did say full load, but I've corrected it. Hey, can it come out from here? I don't know what the distributor release valve is. Because this will be the ultimate test. Is there some way we can release the liquid from the bottom? Oh, it's a brake line. Okay. No, it's still broken. It still says 679. Oh man, yeah, it just seems to be bugged. They've set it incorrectly, unfortunately. So the game, I think, so the game's reporting the tonnage because these are set wrong. So it thinks a train is loaded. Simple as that. Should be an easy one for Matt and the team to fix. But you're not just at the handbrake though, Joreno. Little Photoshop and After Effects, come on. It's good to be skilled in, it's good to be fluent in that language. Hello, Mr. ASR. You've made an appearance today. This is the last one, yeah. Can you see that the headlights are moving independently of the body? So like I've caught my body's fighting it. My body's been fighting it over the weekends. It got my throat. Not like a normal sore throat though. But it's red. Like the battle scars are there. But the war is over, the war is won. Did I see the Simroll sneak peek? No. I'm gonna uninstall it if I remember after this stream. I'm not really interested in sneak peeks or what's being sneak pucked. What's being sneak pucked? More scenery that I can't tell the difference between it and Voj and Katowice. Zirads. When I'm at Zirads, am I gonna know I'm at Zirads? Is there gonna be a particular, like, is the foliage gonna be unique? Are the buildings going to be unique? Oh yes, yes. The semaphores. No problem. That's nice. How about the scenery though? Ah, breakfast. Breakfast is served, boys. Breakfast is served. Someone do us a solid and climb. If we're gonna be law accurate, he's about to get thrown out of the nest by his mum. Because he's weak. Instead of looking up at the future, he's looking down at his past. I've got an emergency brake application. We'll worry about that afterwards. I need to examine. What are these? Herons. He's stepping. Look, he's trying to kill his siblings. There's a story going on here. Oh, I'm gonna hold him up. Wait, what's... I got done by ATB. How? Why? I'm not sure what happened. It doesn't seem to be Sifa. I got a couple of her behind me I'm gonna hold up. What? I really don't know what happened at ATB. Ignores the part where they don't move. Well, there is that, but they're paused. They're in the moment. The whole it's Dovetail's artistic analogy of their life. Everything in one frame. The eggs representing birth, adults representing maturity, responsibility, the chick standing on the egg representing animosity, the chick looking down about to jump representing sadness. It's a story they've captured. It's the essence of being a heron or a pelican, or whatever they are. I'm going to Chatham again on Wednesday. I'm going to Play Lab something. And there's still Burj presenting DCG's laziness. If they made the herons move, maybe they'd have to move the timetable later. Yeah, because I think I think that the herons moving would push Simulgraph to its limits. to calculate the weight of the bird and the wingspan and the acceleration of it and the altitude that it could fly at. I think it would just push simigraphs to its absolute limits. Now it does make you wonder. It does make you wonder. It wasn't made for birds, ASR. No problem. Now I raise you the question. Was it made for cows? Because see, TSG will come and say, hey, we were able to represent the dynamic life of a cow. Well, even the second time around, Simon. Expert level herons. See, that's the sort of thing I'm expecting actually from TSW6, and it does make you wonder, what if the reason we haven't got a Dutch route on the roadmap yet, we haven't heard anything about a Dutch route coming to TSW6, is because they're still finalizing that process. Oh. See, Dan, I feel like if you were an artist, you'd be one of those artists that creates dolls but puts different heads on them. You know the spider with the baby heads in Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story? It scared the life out of me when I was younger, and it still scares me today. A baby head on the spider, on the robotic spider. I feel like that would be your type of art. That is like, it's a bit horrifying. Because the idea of a cow in a nest above a railway line is horrifying. Simon, I don't think you've got anything to be concerned about in terms of being paranoid. I actually don't know what they consider. Like what goes up to what goes up for consideration. I do, Riley, yes, but this is the last one, my man. You missed your Midland Mainland request. Well, you went. You requested and then you went. Chucky was your nightmare. I was cool with Chucky, man. I was cool with Chucky. I was cool with the Gremlins. Although I found them a bit weird, but they were cool. What did I find scary? What? There's nothing memorable like the baby with the spider. Stuff like that. That's just really messed up. But I was scared of weird stuff when I was younger, anyway. Like even now, I'm still not comfortable around cows. I don't like talking about cows. I'm not comfortable around cows. They scare me. They're very big. Like, my nightmare would be, like, slap me with a ball in an empty field. Oh my god. Oh, okay, Riley, fair enough. Well, I mean, if you do want to watch the run, mate, the stream is going to be on YouTube. Well, from now on YouTube and stream. Sorry, on YouTube and Twitch, you can watch it back. So, you know. Or you could just come back tomorrow. I'm going to be doing another one of these streams tomorrow, same time. Although I probably won't be going for this long. This is ridiculous. I'm going to be streaming for 6 hours by the time I'm done. More than 6 hours. So don't expect that. Usually I aim for 4. I didn't mean to go over time. Which is a good sign, I guess. It means I'm having a decent time. Yeah, you're more than welcome, bro. You're more than welcome, man. More than welcome. The Lion King. What have I told you? I've never watched The Lion King. I'm part of the 1%. I've never watched Lion King. I applied for it, ASR. The correlation my stream. Sorry to hear that. I don't know if those dogs crying are real. I know dogs are intelligent. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it. I know what you're talking about. And it, like, it's a bit coincident. It's like you can't really. It's like there's too many dogs reacting very sadly, to the thing. And you know, dogs do have emotions. Our dogs do understand things. But that's too crazy, man. That's too crazy that dogs react to Lion King. But the videos don't really like it can't really be anything else. It can't really be anything else. You can guess why Nabil's not here, I think, for the same reason that you can't make it. Although, to be honest, this is way after my old time and he's not around, so I don't think it would make a difference. It's coming up to 3 o'clock. I was starting at 1 o'clock before. Before then, last year, before the summer, I was starting at 2 o'clock. So, you know, either way you want to spin it, by now, I would have been streaming. It just so happens I'm a morning person, and it suits my schedule, my like daily schedule better to start streaming from early on in the day. And also, I was aiming to do 2 streams a day. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it today because I've gone 2 hours. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have gone 2 hours beyond what's planned. So I've lost 2 hours one way or another in my schedule. So either second stream is gonna be quite short, or it's not gonna be. There's not gonna be one at all because my schedule relies on other external factors that are time limited. So it's not like I've got nothing to do at all the entire day. I've got no plans, nothing. I'm just gonna be sitting down right here all day. But I'm choosing to be anal with the schedule. Like, bro, last week I didn't sleep more than, there wasn't a day where I slept more than 5 hours. Even the stream that I delayed on Thursday was because that I was sleeping. I woke up and I went back to sleep. I did what I had to do and I went back to sleep. I couldn't do it. I'm hoping that this week it will be a bit different. I'm gonna hope for the best. We'll see. But yeah, my schedule is just crazy right now. That's all good, ASR. That's all good, man. But the 2 to 5 of Once Upon a Time, the 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. or the 1 to 4. Well, I can do 1 to 4. Don't get me wrong. I can do 1 to 4, but that's 1 stream a day. Starting at 9 a.m. gives me more time to stream across the day. So cool, 1 to 4 might be 1 to 4 or even 2 to 5 p.m. They might work better for a lot of people, but that means you're only going to get 1 stream a day. Please do that, Irish Dan. Please do that. I ain't a rapper. I'm sweet like chocolate. I'm not wrapped up in a rapper. Yo, he is not far behind at all, you know. What the hell? Mid-October is early access for FM26, about to call in sick for a few months. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I was going through, I was deleting stuff I don't use anymore, programs, games I don't use. I can't believe I forgot about Simro when I was doing this. But I opened Epic Games and I just saw FM24 there. And I thought about it, and I was like, nah. I mean, don't delete Simra. Why? Why? Give me a legitimate reason based on my criticisms of it that I've given you to give me like a valid something that I might actually consider. Because you say so. Oh, wow. That's it. Well, that's that then. Well, that's that. You said it then. There you go, boys. ASR said it. Don't uninstall the game. I'm sounding rough. My voice is going. My voice is going. I'm trying. I'm trying to talk as normally as possible. I've been drinking water to like soothe it. I've been trying to like cough, clear my throat. And my throat is just, yeah. You unsubscribe, go to London and find me. I'll be waiting. You will stab me. You will not. On your way to do that, it will happen to you. You be careful with your words. You'll shoot me with what? You'll shoot me with what? Harmful words? Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. It's all gone downhill, ASR. What is this? They've got the user manual on the outside. Okay, I'm being sarcastic. I know it's not the user manual. I should battle rap. Nah, man. I could never do that. I've done my time with music. To be honest, I would actually love an opportunity to like go back into it because I had fun with it. I had a lot of fun with it. That is a crazy question. That is one of the questions I've been asked in my entire streaming career. As a matter of fact, when I go to Play Labs, they're probably going to be there. And I will find her and I will show her your message. And then what? What are you going to do? Go on then, Dan. Go on. No, don't stop there. Don't tease us. We're just getting warmed up. Where are you going? What the hell is this? What is this? I've never seen a bike with like a little... It's like a glasses holder. Someone tell me what's going on in the Netherlands. Joreno, are you Dutch? Explain that one to me, boss. I don't know why it was a ghost office last time, you know. I'm still trying to figure that one out. It was weird. I don't know whether like they empty the office when people like are coming into the Play Lab because I don't know, they think they're gonna have like weird fanboys and fangirls. I was baffled though. I'm talking out of like what seemed to be, let's say, oh man, a lot. I got a crazy number in my head, but let me just say a lot. Out of a lot of computers, there were maybe like 3 people there. It was a Wednesday, you know? Was it a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Tuesday? It was midweek basically. It wasn't like, I don't know. It was odd. Unless they had all gone to like. Nah, because not that many people can go to like, say like a recording session somewhere or to an event or, you know, they're not gonna take the whole office unless it's like a celebration or something of the sort. It was so it was like it was just weird. It was surreal, but it was very cool being there anyway. I'm looking forward to going again. Like on the video, there's a video where all the ambassadors are walking in, right, on the Dovetail Direct, and you can kind of see the area, and you can kind of gather a bit of an idea. I'm hungry, man. I think I'm gonna have a potty noodle. I've slangified potty noodle. Wednesday. I don't see how long it's going to take the Coploper to show up. Right, 7:29 and 14 seconds. We go past. Why ask me about the time, boss? What are you trying to get into? Go on a Wednesday, innit? I'm spamming the alert button. I don't want to see nothing about an emergency break. Yo, my latency is low. Holy moly. I can basically just play off my TikTok stream. Okay, it's further behind than I thought. It's a full minute right now. It looks very close on the map. I'm spamming the alert button. Is he still coming? You know what? Probably, oh my god, hello. Okay, just under 2 minutes. I'm thinking to stop the stations where we obviously skipped. He's obviously stopped at, I think. I'm still really zoomed in. The Mud of Doom. Hello, Shivam. How are you doing? Oh, Oh, my Wednesday stream's getting cancelled. World at War, thank you for the sub. My Wednesday stream's getting cancelled. Potentially. I need to try and figure out if I can do like a short stream before I leave. If I can, then I will do so. If not, then I won't. Quite simple, really, eh? Oh, we've crossed the 6-hour mark. It's my longest single stream in a minute. No stream on Thursday, nah. So it could be no stream Wednesday, no stream Thursday. Possibly. You have the same game on your PS5? That's good, my man. They're gonna pick up TSW6? I don't know why I said it like that. Big stream in 10 days? What? Early access? What are you talking about? Fly like a G6. Yeah, just sitting there idling away. Of course. Probably not going to be in use for hours, if at all. And yeah, it just sits there. And now, I just think to myself, now, how many resources, how much weight is needed for these trains that are just forever on? How much performance is lost due to trains just being on, just idling? Yeah, Habibi, this is crazy. They bought one Yeah, so they bought one as a trial. That's the one. That's the law. That's law accurate G6 in the Netherlands. Could do some olives. Some chili olives. I've got chilies. My mouth is watering. Goodness me. Just stop before you stain your crest. I'm feeling some crew motor fest. I'm from London, but is it the north or the west? Am I going to stream TSW 2 but with a 6 on early access before release? Go on, put it another way. You're on a streak. Right. Before I completely lose my mind. Let me end the stream. Been playing so long. I don't know if I'm awake or if this is a dream. Feeling a little dessert, like some strawberries and some cream. No one's really watching TSW 5. It's interesting. There's a guy with 4 viewers. You know what? I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. ASR, seek help. Immediately. Thank you very much for joining me today. I don't know if there's going to be another stream today or not. I didn't plan. I didn't even notice the stream was going for as long as it did until like it was over 5 hours. So that's made things a little bit tough. Yeah, we'll see. I was wanting to play Omzi. I'm never gonna lie. I was actually really feeling Omzi. I need to do my poll today. Oh, there's a lot for me to do. Yeah. Thank you for joining me today. I'll leave you guys to it. Have a good rest of your Monday. If I don't see you guys again, then hopefully tomorrow, same time, same game, same vibe. God willing. Yeah, I'll update you guys on the Wednesday stream. Hopefully later today. If not, then some point before then. But yeah, whenever I see you guys. Until then, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Stay safe. Health is wealth. Jesus Christ loves you all. And until the next one. Peace, 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 peace. My voice actually went. I couldn't even say peace out. Peace out.